Chapter 2108. Mrs. Li patted her daughter's arm with a smile. "You're so rude. Sit up straight. Don't affect the guards driving." "I haven't finished yet." Du Jiayi sat back with a smile and continued to say what she disliked about Yi Ying. "I don't like her very much. It feels like she's pretending. She blushes all night and she's so shy. It's as if I'm so thick-skinned. I don't like her. And Mom, didn't you notice that her eyes were a little flirtatious?" When Li Yuan came in, she quickly glanced at him and lowered her head. "I really thought she was shy at that time. But in the end, you said you wanted her to be Li Yuan's girlfriend." Du Jiayi snorted softly with a mocking look on her face. She started to stare at Li Yuan from time to time. She's not looking at him shyly. She's just sizing him up. Does she want to see if Li Yuan is good enough for her? She's just the daughter of a little director. What right does she have to think that Li Yuan is good enough for her? Du Jiayi's words had a great impact on Mrs. Li. After a long time, she nodded and said, "You're all young people. Looking at young people with the eyes of young people, sometimes you can see more clearly than adults." Hearing what you said, it's possible that Yi Ying deliberately behaved well in order to leave a good impression in front of me. Although Mrs. Li agreed with her daughter's words, she did not directly deny her love for Yi Ying. But she's really gentle and filial. You can see it from her pouring tea for Yi Jifan from time to time. She turned to ask Li Yuan, who was not interested, "What about you? What do you think?" Her daughter's thoughts were important, but it also depended on her son. "As long as she's good enough for you and my sister, I have no objections." Li Yuan shrugged indifferently. Yi Ying's beautiful face flashed in his mind, and his eyes were a little more interested. Her father is not bad. Southern Province is a rich province. I want to go there to develop my career. If I have Yi Jifan's guidance, it should be smooth. Du Jiayi rolled her eyes at Li Yuan. "Do you need Yi Jifan's guidance to develop your career in Southern Province? Isn't it enough for you to have uncle's guidance? Eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle can also help. Do we still need Yi Jifan?" "Sister, you're dreaming. Uncle will only help Li Jinyan. Why would he help my mother? It was already good enough that he didn't go against his mother. Third uncle doesn't want to count on him either. He's been hiding abroad for so many years. What can he do to help me?" At the mention of his grandfather's family, a layer of darkness appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. "With eldest uncle and second uncle around, what can we do? If you don't even try to fight for it, how do you know you can't do anything?" Third uncle was forced to retire from the army and go abroad by first uncle. Now you can join forces with third uncle, right? There's also first aunt. She's his second wife, and she can't wait to get rid of Li Jinyan. Don't you know that you should join forces with first aunt? Hearing this, Li Yuan glanced coldly at Du Jiayi, who had simplified the matter. "No matter how much eldest aunt wants to get rid of Li Jinyan, she won't help me, who also wants to divide the Li family. What are you arguing about? All of you, shut up." Madame Li glanced at her son and daughter angrily. The smile in her eyes was replaced by dark clouds. "Your second uncle will be here tomorrow. Don't talk about his past. Also, spend more time with your grandmother. She loves you two the most." Chapter 2109. Du Jiayi doesn't dare to make trouble when Mrs. Li is angry. She secretly glares at Li Yuan, who caused her to be criticized, and feels depressed. Thinking of her grandfather's family, Du Jiayi purses her lips and holds Mrs. Li's arm gently. She says softly, "Mom, don't be angry. My brother and I know what to do. We won't embarrass you and third uncle in front of eldest uncle and second uncle." Why was it said that daughters were considerate? In fact, it meant that daughters were attentive. Her daughter immediately comforted her when she saw that she was angry, but her son didn't. Men were not so attentive and cared about personal gains and losses. Mrs. Li sighs and pats her daughter's shoulder gently. "I'm relieved that you are sensible. Don't tell your brother that he needs to rely on his uncles in the future. They are unreliable. Your eldest uncle and your grandmother are like fire and water. It's good that your second uncle doesn't care. Your grandmother doesn't have to worry about it. Your third uncle has just come back. How can he help your brother? What's more, there is Li Jinyan. He alone is enough for your grandmother and your third uncle to worry about. Let's solve our own problems. Don't bother your grandmother. Mrs. Li is not in a good mood when it comes to her family. Du Jiai sees that she frowns and doesn't want to talk about it. She nods obediently and lowers her eyes to hide the complicated feelings in them. Her grandfather's family seems to be rich for generations, but their relationship is not ordinary. Her grandfather was a playboy all his life. He married her eldest grandmother and gave birth to her eldest uncle and second uncle. In the end, he raised her younger grandmother and gave birth to her third uncle and mother. What surprised her more was that her younger grandmother and her eldest grandmother were not blood-related sisters. Her younger grandmother was adopted by her eldest grandmother's family. Later, the affair between her grandfather and her sister-in-law was exposed. Her eldest grandmother, who was strong-willed, slapped her younger grandmother in the face and the two sisters turned against each other. It was not until her eldest grandmother passed away due to illness that her younger grandmother was able to marry into the Li family and become her grandfather's legal wife. The two elders fought for her grandfather for a lifetime and let the resentment of the older generation continue to the next generation. Du Jiai thinks that her grandfather's family is obviously prominent, but the resentment of the older generation affects her generation. She can't help but sigh heavily. It is very quiet in the car, so her heavy sigh is particularly obvious. Madame Li, who was already in a bad mood, felt a little amused when she heard this. Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Is there anything in the family that you need to worry about? Mom, I am thinking about my grandmother. Adjusting her sitting posture, Du Jui asked softly, Mom, tell me what happened to grandfather's family back then. Why did eldest aunt pass away in an accident, and why was third uncle forced to retire from the army and leave for a foreign country? Tell me, I really want to know. Li's mother. Li's aunts. Mothers. Hearing this, Madame Li's face turned cold again, and she said in a low voice, Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Why, Deputy Chief of Staff Du interrupted Du Jui and said with a smile, Jai, that's all in the past. Why are you, a young person, bringing up the past? He is still as secretive as before. His face changes as soon as he mentions it. Du Jai reluctantly says, Oh. She thought about it and said, Didn't Li Jinyan say that he is back? Mom, do you think he will come to our house tomorrow? Chapter 21:10. That depends on your first aunt's mood and his own mood. Madame Li's attitude was quite cold when it came to Li Jinyan. It's better if neither of them comes. She had no feelings for her eldest brother, not to mention that he was at odds with old Madame Li Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, said with a faint smile, Li Jinyan won't come, but cousin will definitely come. Because as long as it's something Li Jinyan hates, the two of them will like it. That's right. Li Jinyan will definitely not come. Du Jiai nodded thoughtfully. His eldest uncle's family wasn't complicated. The main reason was that his eldest aunt didn't like Li Jinyan, who was born from his first wife. She wholeheartedly wanted to fight for the family inheritance for her son and daughter. It was not that Li Jinyan was not sensible, but that first aunt could not tolerate the son left by the first wife. From time to time, he would make some trouble. As a result, the relationship between Li Jinyan and first uncle was quite bad. Fortunately, Li Jinyan joined the army and was stationed at the seaside all year round. He could not return home even once a year, so first uncle's family was quite peaceful so far. As if thinking of something, Madame Li's eyes suddenly became serious. She said in a low voice, Li Yuan, since Li Jinyan is back, you should visit your grandfather's house more these days. Your grandfather still cares about his eldest grandson, Li Jinyan. Don't let him take all the benefits. Li Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and refused, No, it's boring. Let my sister go. She likes the treasures in grandfather's hands. If you don't go, I will go. It just so happens that I have 4 days off. I can go and accompany grandfather and little grandma. Du Jiai agreed immediately. She also thought about the treasures in grandfather's hands. Those were all antiques. It was said that many of them were the palace treasures that great-grandfather swept when he was a warlord. Little grandma, who wanted to take out the treasures in grandfather's hands, Would definitely be happy for her to go. Madame Li nodded. That's fine. Don't provoke Li Jinyan in the future. Although your grandfather also wants to leave good things for me and your third uncle, Li Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family after all. Although your grandfather dotes on you, he will never do more than his eldest grandson. The family whispered from time to time in the car and only stopped when they reached home. Li Jinyan, who had just returned home, was now sitting on an aged sofa made of yellow pear wood. He had a cold expression on his face as he chatted with the two elders. Although he said that he was accompanying Xianxia, he was actually just sitting by the side and listening quietly. Tomorrow is that last Joy's birthday. Old master, now that third brother's child is back, why don't you let Jinyan bring his brothers over tomorrow? Let third brother's child recognize everyone. Otherwise, when he goes out in the future, he won't be able to recognize everyone. That would be too disrespectful. The one who spoke was Old Man Li. She was 15 years younger than Old Man Li. She took good care of herself, so her hair was still dark. She wore an old-fashioned modified cheongsam, which made her look particularly elegant and dignified. She spoke unhurriedly with a soft accent. Just by listening to her, one could tell that she had a good voice when she was young. Li Jinyan, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes when his name was mentioned. He said indifferently, "My leave is limited. I still have a meeting tomorrow. Sorry, I don't have time." "Is that so? I didn't think it through," Old Madame Li said with some disappointment. She looked at Old Master Li and deliberated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll bring her over. There's no need to trouble Jinyan. As for the gift, Old Master, why don't you give Joey the painting that second brother drew? This lass has liked it for a long time, and I've never been willing to give it to her." Chapter 21:11. Among the descendants left behind by her elder sister, only her second son made her slightly satisfied. He didn't care about anything and didn't care about his family. He carried a picture clip and walked the world, becoming a famous painter both domestically and abroad. She had several of his paintings in her hands, and any one of them was worth hundreds of thousands. Li Jinyan had no interest in these things. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and said to the white-haired and white-bearded Old Man Li, who was sitting on the sofa, "I won't disturb you anymore. Rest early." He nodded slightly at Old Lady Li, put on his military cap, and left. Old Lady Li, who was watching his back, secretly clenched her fists. She didn't even want her old face anymore. She just hoped that he would say something and let the old man open his mouth and give the painting to her granddaughter. In the end, he was the same as his father. He just didn't let her have her way. It would be good if everyone in the first branch died outside, so that one or two of them wouldn't come to anger her. I have no objections if you want to leave the good things for third son. Third son's surname is Li. No matter who he leaves it for, it will be a descendant of the Li family. Old Man Li's old but strong voice suddenly sounded. Old Lady Li was so shocked that she quickly loosened her fists and quickly adjusted her expression, making every wrinkle on her face appear benevolent. Forget about Jai. Her surname is Du, and she's not a descendant of the Li family. I will keep the things I give her, but they won't be good things. I won't leave them for her, but I won't treat her unfairly either. Inside the house, the gloomy old Master Li raised his voice as if he wanted someone to hear him. Jinyan is the eldest grandson of the Li family, and he's also the most promising one. Naturally, I have to leave the things in my hands to him. And the things I give you, you naturally have to leave them for third son's family. It's just a small birthday. What are you trying to do? Do you need the eldest grandson of the Li family to congratulate you? Did they come to Jinyan's birthday? As his grandmother, have you ever thought of giving him something good? The more she spoke, the more respectful Old Lady Li's expression became. It seemed that her relationship with Old Man Li wasn't like husband and wife, but more like master and servant. Old Madame Li, who had lived cautiously all her life, did not dare to show any disrespect to this husband who could control her life and death back then. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. You're right. The Li family's things naturally have to be left to the Li family's descendants. As long as old Master Lin still had third brother in his heart, she would naturally compensate Jai. The lights in the rooms of the mansion went out one by one. Soon, only the street lamps outside the house and the corridor were illuminated. Li Jinyan, who walked out of the mansion, looked back at the mahogany door plaque, and a faint sneer appeared in his cold eyes. Li Mansion? He really did not have any kinship with the Li residence. The only kinship he had left was with his maternal grandfather's family. As for the things left for him, Li Jinyan raised his head and rubbed the left side of his face. His eyebrows were cold. Would a person who had once yelled at him to get out of the Li family suddenly treat his so-called eldest grandson well? He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits, and he deliberately said those words loudly. He was probably plotting something again. Li Jinyan walked out of the Li residence with a cold look in his eyes. When he was outside, he took out his phone and dialed a number that had been turned off for the past 2 days. Surprisingly, it actually went through this time. Xia Jinyuan was also very surprised. He deliberately looked at the caller ID before saying, "Demon King?" Yes, in the capital? In the military? He sat in the car he drove and did not start the engine. He asked Xia Jinyuan calmly, "Come out for a visit in the capital. Forget about the military." Xia Jinyuan, who was still in the military, smiled and said, "I'm in the capital, but I can't come out for a visit yet. I'm still detained in the military and will only be released in about 2 hours. But if you don't mind waiting, you can wait for me at the military hospital. I still have to go there after I'm done with my work." Chapter 21:12. Li Jinyan was not in the mood to chat with his friends, so he said, "I'll wait for you outside the military headquarters." Then he hung up the phone and drove straight to the military headquarters. V8, who was waiting in the car, was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw Li Jinyan. When Xia Jinyuan came out of the car, he saw the 2 idiots chatting in the cold wind. It was midnight, yet they would rather stand outside in the cold wind than get into the car to warm up. Were they doing cold resistance training? Naturally, trained special forces soldiers could chat in the cold wind, but Sun Dongxing could not. She was so cold when she got off the plane that her whole body was almost frozen. Wearing a cotton coat, she could not resist the cold wind at all. She had no choice but to go back to the store in the airport lobby to buy a down jacket. Feeling warm, Sun Dongxing hurriedly turned on her phone. A few text messages popped up. Sun Dongxing took a look. Even though it was already past midnight, she couldn't wait any longer and immediately called Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan was in a daze when he heard the phone on the bedside table vibrate nonstop. He did not turn on the lights, so he reached out to pick up the phone and said in a hoarse voice, "Hello." Then he was startled awake by Sun Dongxing's howling. Old Yi, something big happened. Something big happened to Yingying." Yi Jifan's eardrums hurt from her piercing voice. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Yingying is in Beijing with me. What could possibly happen to her? You must be confused from sleeping too much. Sun Dongxing, can you stop making a fuss all day long? Someone sent a video to our house. It was the package I received yesterday. I thought it was material for you." Sun Dongxing, who was finally able to talk to her husband, suddenly had a backbone. She quickly told him the whole story. "What should we do? What should we do? I asked her to study abroad so that she could make a name for herself, but in the end, this damn girl did something shameless. Old Yi, I'm afraid we're really in big trouble." Yi Jifan got up from the bed with a livid face and said angrily, "Take a taxi to Wangfu Hotel right now. Call me when you're downstairs and I'll come down to pick you up. Remember, don't let the hotel staff see your face. Also, hold on to the videotape in your hands." Something big had happened, something really big had happened this time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jifan's face was gloomy as if a storm was about to come. He put on his clothes, opened the door with force, and walked to the next room. He kept ringing the doorbell impatiently. Yi Ying was having a beautiful dream. She dreamt that she had married into the Du family and had become Li Yuan's wife. Just as she was exchanging rings with Li Yuan, she suddenly saw Yi Qian walking over from the front. Just as she was about to provoke her with a smile, the ear-piercing sound of police sirens came from outside the church. Yi Ying quivered and opened her eyes. There was no sound of the police car, but the doorbell rang clearly. It was ringing very urgently. Yi Ying, whose beautiful dream was interrupted, got up from the bed with a gloomy face. She was angry, but she did not dare to open the door directly. She looked through the electronic eye and saw that it was her father. Only then did she suppress the anger in her heart and open the door. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" she said unhappily. "I was sleeping soundly. Why did you wake me up? I have to go to Mrs. Lee's house early in the morning tomorrow. If I don't sleep well, I won't even look good with makeup." Yifan, who was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, did not speak immediately. Instead, he walked into the room. Yi Ying, who was still in a daze, did not realize that something was wrong with him. She closed and locked the door. Just as she turned around, a black shadow flashed past her eyes. "Pa!" She was slapped hard on the face as she was caught off guard. Chapter 21:13. Yi Ying was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and stared at Yifan in disbelief. After a few seconds, she asked loudly, "Dad, what are you doing? Instead of sleeping at night, you came here to slap me. What are you trying to do? What did I do wrong? Did I make you unhappy? You still have the cheek to ask me what you did wrong." Yifan slapped Yi Ying's left cheek again without any hesitation. The two slaps left 10 red fingerprints on Yi Ying's cheeks. Yi Ying, whose mouth tasted of rust, widened her eyes. Tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. She screamed, "Am I your biological daughter? Am I your biological daughter? You came here and slapped me twice without any reason. Dad, are you trying to beat me to death? If you weren't my biological daughter, I would strangle you to death right now." Yifan was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After he slapped her with all his strength, his vision turned black. Ying, who felt wronged, wailed, "I'm not your daughter. I'm not your daughter. I want to go back to the southern province. I want to find mommy." She was as wronged as a 5 or 6-year-old child. "Since when did you treat me as your biological daughter? All you do is compare me to Yi Qian. You say that I'm not as good as him here and there. You belittle me to the point that I'm worthless. Now you come here and hit me. Dad, since when did you treat me as your daughter?" After being slapped twice for no reason, Ying felt as wronged as a child who had lost her parents. She screamed until her eyes were about to pop out. Yifan looked at his daughter coldly. Not only did the anger in his heart not dissipate, it burned even more fiercely. He didn't understand how his daughter had become like this. When she was young, she was clearly smart and clever. She was like a jade carving that was loved by everyone. At that time he thought, forget it. If I don't have a son, so be it. If I have a smart daughter, as long as I nurture her well, she will be better than other people who secretly give birth to a son. He really thought so back then. But now, he regretted it. He regretted it. She regretted not giving birth to a son and bringing him home. She regretted raising such a shameless thing. She still had the cheek to coax him and call him that. She was shameless. Yifan turned on the lights in the room. As soon as the bright and luxurious crystal chandelier lit up the room, Yi Ying, who was screaming, saw clearly how ugly Yifan's expression was. However, she didn't understand what she had done wrong during the day. She couldn't accept being slapped twice in the middle of the night. Tomorrow, she still had to go to the Du family to accompany Madame Li on stage. Tomorrow, she still had to get to know the young masters and young misses of the more powerful families. How could she, who had been slapped twice in the face anyone? "You keep saying that I'm your daughter, but do you treat me as your daughter? You clearly know how important tomorrow is to me, but you came up and gave me 2 slaps. How can I face anyone tomorrow? Can you meet anyone? Is that bitch Yi Qian your real daughter? All day long, you only say that she's better than me. When have you ever said that I'm better than her?" Never. The more she blamed him, the angrier Yifan became. He pointed at Yi Ying, who still dared to challenge him, and shouted fiercely, tell me everything you did in France." What? France? France? Chapter 21:14. Before she could say anything, Ying was shocked when she heard the word, France. Her screams stopped abruptly, and her almond-shaped eyes, which had been full of grievances, were suddenly filled with panic. "You've been wronged, haven't you? Well, tell me all the nonsense you've been doing in France. Changing boyfriends every week? Running to a bar to be hugged by two men? Not going back to the dorm in the middle of the night and going to a hotel with a man? Ying, do you still feel wronged? Don't you think you're shameless? Ying was completely shocked. How could it be? How could it be? It was so long ago. How could Dad know about it? Her expression made Yijifan even more certain that these things were true. They were all true. Yijifan clenched his teeth as the anger in his heart grew stronger. The anger on his face surged directly between his eyebrows. He shot a murderous look at Ying, which made Ying step back in fear. She was scared. She was scared. She was really scared that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the hotel room. Yi Ying's cowardly retreat made Yijifan's face burn with anger. Unable to restrain his anger, he lifted his foot and fiercely stomped on the coffee table. Still not satisfied, he picked up the cups and plates on the coffee table and threw them all at Yi Ying. The first coffee cup hit Yi Ying's shoulder, and the frightened Ying came back to her senses. Then she saw several cups and plates being thrown at her. Ying was so scared that she immediately covered her head and screamed, "Ah, ah." Who told Dad? Who hurt her behind her back? No, she definitely couldn't admit what she did. That's right, she couldn't admit it. What happened in France was in the past. She even called her ex-boyfriends and told them to be gentlemanly and not to talk about it. They all agreed. As long as they didn't say anything, no one would know. Even if Dad went to investigate, he wouldn't be able to find any evidence. She still didn't know that the biggest evidence was in Sun Dongqing's hands. Now, she was on her way to the hotel. Facing the thunderous anger of Ying, who was trembling in fear, shrank into the corner of the cabinet. Her long hair was scattered, her cheeks were red and swollen, and her tears were flowing. She looked really pitiful. This was the first time she had seen Yijifan so angry. She was very scared. She clutched her shoulder that was hurt to the bone. Her heart and mind were racing. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way. Dad, I didn't. Who did you hear it from? I'm going there to study. How can I join a bar? How can I have a boyfriend? I didn't. Someone framed me, that's right, someone must have framed me. It must be Yi Qian, that bitch. She knew that I was going to join the army, so she set me up. Dad, how could you listen to her? She clearly doesn't want me to be a soldier. You can't listen to her, you can't. Instead of thinking about how to make up for his mistakes, he only wanted to shirk his responsibilities. He was too disappointed. Even if she set you up, it's because she had something on you first. You didn't do those shameless things, so who would set you up? What could they use to set you up? You said Yi Qian set you up because she didn't want you to be a soldier? But she didn't even know you were in the army. Yi Jifan hadn't seen the videotape yet. After his anger, he felt exhausted. Ying, you disappoint me. I'm completely disappointed in you. Ying, who was about to faint from crying, tried her best to shrink her shoulders and cover her face with her hands to prevent further injury. Her voice was hoarse from crying. She knows, Dad, she knows. Chapter 21:15. She had to make her father believe that Yi Qian framed her. Only by making him believe that she would not be beaten again. She burst into tears and pushed all the blame onto Yi Qian. She knew, and that's why she framed me. There's no one else other than her. Dad, I really didn't do anything to embarrass you and Mom. I really didn't. Dad, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. It's really Yi Qian who framed me. She framed me. She had to make her father believe her. Otherwise, she would not have an easy time tonight. Yi Ying's eyes flashed as she covered her face with her hands. She would never admit to the ridiculous things she did in France. She had to make her father believe that it was Yi Qian who framed her. She had never done anything to embarrass her parents. Suddenly, Ying was glad that she told Yi Qian during her physical examination that time and let her know that she had enlisted. Otherwise, she would not have been able to push all the blame onto her today. Moreover, other than Yi Qian, she could not think of anyone else who would frame her. Yi Qian, how dare you frame me? If I don't have an easy time, you won't have an easy time either. Yi Ying, who hated Yi Qian to the core, only wanted to push Yi Qian out when something happened. Just like when she was young, She only needed to push Yi Qian out whenever she did something wrong. The one who was beaten and scolded was always Yi Qian. It had never had anything to do with her. This time, there was no exception. Yi Ying, who was screaming her grievances, was afraid that Yi Zhifan would do something irrational to her in his rage. She tried her best to reduce her presence. She hugged her shoulders and curled into a ball in a corner. She did look very pitiful. She didn't dare to speak to Yi Zhifan directly. She only glanced at him from time to time. Every time she glanced at him, she would be frightened by Yi Zhifan's ferocious expression. The more scared she was, the more her body trembled. The more she trembled, the more she wanted to use pity and grievance to make Yi Zhifan feel sorry for her. She didn't dare to say that she wasn't Yi Zhifan's daughter anymore. She only hoped that she could get some pity from him so that she could escape this calamity. How could Yi Zhifan, who was so angry that his vision was turning black, feel sorry for him? He really wanted to strangle this disobedient bastard to death with his own hands. How did Yi Qian know that you joined the army? How did she know? How would you know? He slowly sat down on the sofa after standing there for a long time. He stared at the stubborn Yi Ying and asked, how did she find out? How did Yi Qian know? Yi Zhifan already had an answer in his heart. Other than the mother and daughter pair, who else would sue Yi Qian? Who else knew that Yi Ying was about to join the army? To be safe, he didn't even mention it to his colleagues at the bureau. Yi Ying sobbed, tears and snot flowing down her face. I told Mom. Last time, during the physical examination Mom and I bumped into Yi Qian. We couldn't help but tell him. He had repeatedly warned her not to tell anyone before she actually joined the army. In the end, the mother and daughter pair told Yi Qian. At this moment, Yi Zhifan seemed to have aged a lot. But even if Yi Qian knew about it, she didn't have the ability to get her hands on the videotape unless she had someone backing her up. But would there really be someone like that willing to help Yi Qian? She sent the videotape directly to his home. Did she send it to other places? Did she send it to other people? Or did she send it to his colleagues? What about the provincial government? Chapter 21:16. No, he couldn't just suspect Yi Qian. The most suspicious people should be his political opponents who were trying to sabotage him. Only they had the ability to get their hands on the videotape. However, they weren't trying to sabotage him. They were openly telling him that they had the videotape of his daughter's scandalous deeds. If Yi Ying was innocent and upright, why would they try to sabotage her? A fly wouldn't stare at a flawless egg. He had left evidence that could be used against him. Who could he blame? So, you suspect Yi Qian of sabotaging you? Are you trying to tell me that you didn't do anything that would embarrass the adults in France? Yi Zhifan's gaze was cold as he asked in a low voice, do you dare say that you didn't do anything that would make you a laughingstock and embarrass you? Raise your head. Look at me and answer. Do you dare say that you were sabotaged? Do you dare to say it? Yi Ying's fingers were trembling violently. She didn't dare to raise her head or say it. However, she had to raise her head and say it. She removed her hands from her face and dug her fingers into her palms. I didn't. It was Yi Qian who sabotaged me. Other than him, who else would go to such great lengths to sabotage me? Fine. She was still stubborn even at this point. The look in her eyes said it all, but she still pushed all the blame to Yi Jian. Yi Fan, whose blood was boiling, nodded coldly. Okay, I hope you can continue to be stubborn later. He was too disappointed. He was really too disappointed. She dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. She didn't know how to solve the problem. She was so stupid that she only knew how to frame others. She didn't have any skills. Other than talking, she didn't do anything else. She was useless. She was just like her mother. Yi Zhifan's chest was heaving up and down. He panted heavily and didn't say anything else. Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear and crying, didn't dare to get up. She huddled in a corner and hoped that time would pass quickly. When Sun Dongqing arrived at the hotel, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. When she saw Yi Zhifan's gloomy expression, she was furious. Where's the disgrace? Where is it? I must teach her a lesson tonight. The thing that she hated the most was done by her own daughter. Hugging, and even getting a room. How could she have such a cheap daughter? That videotape was a slap to her face. Her face was burning hot. It really hurt. What a good daughter you've raised. Yi Yifan glared at him and said through gritted teeth, My Ying is the best. Yes, yes, your Ying is the best. This was her goodness. This is the good that you've taught. I've really learned something new. Sun Dongqing was not as protective as before. She rolled up her sleeves and took a step forward. What a disgrace. I'm going to beat her to death today. Yi Ying was overjoyed by Sun Dongqing's appearance. Her eyes, which were red from crying, shone brightly. She cried out miserably, Mom, save me. She got up with disheveled hair and threw herself at Sun Dongqing. Her savior was here, her savior was here. As long as her mother was here, her father wouldn't be able to touch her. What welcomed her was not Sun Dongqing's protection, but 2 slaps that were louder than before. Not just one, but countless slaps, punches, kicks. Sun Dongqing, who was so angry that she had lost her rationality, punched and kicked her. I'm going to beat you to death, you disgrace, you disgrace. Chapter 21:17. Yi Ying, who had never been hit by Sun Dongqing before, was horrified. Compared to Yi Yifan's 2 slaps, Sun Dongqing's was much more violent. Mom, I didn't, it hurts, Mom, stop hitting me, I really didn't. Yi Ying, who was beaten to the ground, bent her body and desperately protected her face and head. She was overwhelmed with horror. How could this be? How could this be? Why didn't her mother help her? Why? Yi Ying screamed and begged for mercy, but Sun Dongqing beat her even more fiercely. I didn't send you to study abroad so that you could learn to sleep with foreign devils. I didn't want you to be a prostitute. I didn't want you to change your boyfriend every week. I'll beat you to death, you shameless thing. You can live a good life, but you have to humiliate yourself. If you want to find a boyfriend, fine, I won't stop you, but you should find me a boyfriend like Mrs. Li's son. Find a foreign devil to sleep with? Shameless thing, who did you learn this from? Who did you learn this from? Just as Sun Dongqing was about to kick Yi Ying's head, Yi Yifan, who was expressionless, frowned and grabbed his wife who had lost her mind. That's enough. If she continued, she might really beat Yi Ying to death. Sun Dongqing was a barbarian and a shrew. When she lost her mind, she was even more ruthless than Yi Yifan. In this way, Yi Yifan's attitude was much gentler. There was a video recorder in the hotel. Yi Yifan put in the tape. After a while, Yi Ying, who was wearing heavy makeup, appeared in the video. She was intimately dancing with a blonde man on the dance floor of the KTV. After seeing this scene, Yi Yifan, who was so angry that the veins on his temples bulged, closed his eyes. It wasn't a trap, it wasn't a trap. This was to tell him that his daughter, Yi Yifan, was a slut abroad. Yi Ying, who was bruised all over, was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? How could it be? How could these things be recorded into a tape? Who was it? Who was it that messed with her? The image flashed, and it showed her hugging and kissing the golden-haired man dancing on the sofa. The man's hand lifted her shirt and reached for her chest. The image was very clear, as if someone was filming it right in front of her. No, it's not like that. Don't look, don't look. All of a sudden, Ying rushed up like a madwoman. She was so flustered that she was out of her wits. She tried to take out the tape from the VCR and destroy it. The more anxious she was, the more confused she became. The more confused she was, the more she couldn't take out the tape. She screamed in panic, picked up the VCR, and threw it against the wall. No, she didn't do those things, she didn't. The noise was so loud that it woke up the guest in the other room. Soon, the hotel staff and the lobby manager arrived. Because of this guest, Ying did not continue to be beaten up by Sun Dongqing. After explaining and sending the lobby manager away, Yi Yifan sat on the sofa and said coldly, You don't have to go to Miss Du's birthday party tomorrow. You don't have to join the army. I'm going to book the tickets now. You go back to Shuku village tonight. No, I don't want to. I don't agree. Yi Ying screamed, Mrs. Li likes me so much that she wants me to be her daughter-in-law. I must go tomorrow. She crawled to Sun Dongqing on her knees and hugged her feet. She cried until she was out of breath and begged, Mom, please persuade Dad. I must go to Mrs. Li's house tomorrow. Chapter 21:18. Scared Ying was scared. Even Sun Dongqing, who loved her the most, had hit her. Ying was scared. She didn't know why she was so sure that she had done something shameful in France. It was as if she had seen her ridiculous life when she was studying abroad. She couldn't accept her fate. She wouldn't accept her fate so easily. She had to convince her mother to stand by her side. She had to convince her. Ying was also a character. She could always find all kinds of excuses to make herself feel at ease and comfort herself when she was in a desperate situation. She could also shamelessly think that she had done nothing wrong and that it was all the people who wanted to hurt her who were wrong. The videotape, it didn't matter. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Who hadn't lost themselves? Li Yuan, just like Li Yuan. He was also studying abroad. She didn't believe that he hadn't had a few girlfriends. Hugging Sun Dongqing's legs, Ying felt like she was hugging a piece of driftwood that wouldn't let her drown. With a red and swollen face, she kept saying, "Didn't you say that if I wanted to find a boyfriend, I should find a boyfriend like Mrs. Li's son? I have a chance. I really have a chance." "Mom, Mrs. Li really said during dinner that she wanted me to be her son's girlfriend. It's true. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you. I want to go. I must go. If I don't go, I won't have a chance. Mom, I'm begging you. Please help me. I'm your daughter. You love me the most. Please help me. Please help me." She begged bitterly. She couldn't go back. It was really over if she went back. Dad would definitely not care about her anymore. He would definitely have another child and raise another child well. She could only stay in the mountains for the rest of her life and become a joke. "I admit that I didn't behave well in France, but it was all the same. I had no choice. I really wanted to study when I went there, but everyone was playing together. If I didn't join in, they isolated me and said that I was pretending to be noble. They even blocked me. Mom, I was scared. You and Dad threw me abroad and thought that I would have a good life. Wrong, it was all wrong. I was scared. I was really scared. But what could I do? When I didn't stay with them, they ganged up on me. Mom, you don't know how scared I was for the past week. They locked me in the toilet, locked me out of the dormitory, changed my shampoo to detergent, and threw my clothes into the toilet. What can I do? I don't want to be bullied. I can only be like them. I was forced. I was forced." She put the bullying incident on herself and made herself the target of bullying. The more Ying spoke, the more she believed that she was forced to do so. Sun Dongqing had never heard of this before. When she heard Yi Ying's words, she was furious. She turned around and focused on the them that Ying mentioned. "Why didn't you tell us? My daughter, they are forcing you to your death." Looking at her daughter whom she had doted on for 20 years, Sun Dongqing, who had beaten and scolded her, felt her heart soften. She thought that her daughter had abandoned herself, but in the end she was forced to do so. Being forced and abandoning oneself were two completely different things. That was because she did not protect her daughter well. No matter how shameful her daughter was, it was her parents' fault. Olji. Sun Dongqing, whose attitude had softened, was about to speak when she was coldly interrupted by Yi Jifan. "Forced you? Yi Ying, you can lie to your mother, but do you think you can lie to me?" Chapter 21:19. As soon as Yi Jifan opened his mouth, Ying panicked. "I found you a prestigious French university, not some random university. Force you? Yi Ying, you can lie to your mother and yourself. No one can force you. You're the one who degenerated." Every word made Ying feel like she was falling into an abyss. Her heart sank to the bottom. Sun Dongqing, who was holding Yi Ying's shoulders tightly, knew that her husband would not lie to her about this. Then her daughter was lying to her just now. Ying did not dare to say that her shoulders were hurting. She knew that only by crying out in pain could Sun Dongqing's heart soften. She was thinking quickly about how to get away. Yi Jifan, who had decided to give up on Ying, pressed on, "Sun Dongqing, do you think the other party only has one videotape? Can you guarantee that they didn't send more videotapes to my station? My colleague? Do you really think it's just a videotape? Sun Dongqing, can you grow a brain? Now, someone doesn't want your daughter to enter the army. Do you understand? He pointed at the videotape that was broken by Yi Ying and growled darkly, "Can you guarantee that the other party won't send the videotape to the army after Ying enters the army?" She did not know. She only knew that her daughter had done something shameful. She had to teach her a lesson so that she would not do something shameful again in the future. As for other things, she did not think about it. After being reminded, Sun Dongqing panicked and stammered, "Oh, no, is there really no other way? We can only go back to the village?" "What do you think?" Yi Yifan, who had a headache that was about to explode, quickly rubbed his temples. Ideas came one after another. If they could not find the person who sent the videotape, Ying would not be able to leave the village, let alone enter the army. As for marrying into the Du family? Don't even think about it. Once the videotape fell into Mrs. Li's hands, the whole family would be finished. Yi Ying, who was crying so hard, saw that her mother's attitude softened. She immediately continued to plead, "There is a way, there is a way. As long as Mrs. Li treats me well, no one will dare to offend our family. Mom, I will marry into the Du family. Believe me, I will definitely marry into the Du family. Li Yuan has a good impression of me. He even asked me to look for him when I'm free in the future. He'll take me out to play." The deputy chief of staff Du also agreed. "Mrs. Li also asked Li Yuan to take care of me. Mom, did you hear that? She wants me to marry Li Yuan, right?" Sun Dongqing felt that her daughter's words made sense, but when she saw Yi Jifan's ferocious expression, she swallowed her words. If it was any other matter, she would still dare to argue with her husband, but this matter made her so angry that she wanted to beat her disobedient daughter to death, not to mention her husband who was an official. In the face of Yi Ying's attempt to escape, Yi Jifan sneered. Before the videotape, he actually had the idea of marrying his daughter into the Du family. After all, Mrs. Li's words were too tempting. What about now? Not anymore, not even the slightest bit. Now he only hoped that he could bring Ying back to his hometown as soon as possible and let the person who sent the videotape see his sincerity. Sun Yaozu's sudden death was investigated by the Southern Province Police as a case of bodyguard kidnapping his employer and murder after failing to extort money. Now it was his family's turn to be unlucky. It was possible that someone was targeting him and did not want him to continue his career. They wanted to kill him completely. Chapter 2120. If his daughter was useless, he could find another surrogate, but he could not lose his position. The person behind the jade instructed him to build a relationship with the Du family, so he definitely did not want to see him fall out with the Du family. After weighing the pros and cons, giving up Yi Ying was the best choice. As Yi Qian said, for his career, Yi Jifan would definitely disown his family. Whoever stopped him, he would be ruthless, even if his own daughter stood in his way. Yi Jifan, who had made up his mind, said coldly, "Mrs. Li has a good impression of you? Ying, you think too highly of yourself. If you sent the videotape to Mrs. Li's house, what do you think will happen to you?" Yes, Mrs. Li did reveal that she wanted her son to marry you, but did you live up to her expectations? You left such a big weakness for others to use against you. This is a bomb that will blow up our whole family and make us lose everything. If we did not have a relationship with the Du family, this videotape would at most make our whole family lose face. But now, once Mrs. Li watches the videotape, she will not let you go, and she will not let me go. Sun Dongqing, if I am finished, my whole family will be finished. The power of the last sentence was no less than a bomb thrown into Sun Dongqing's heart, blowing away her stupidity and miraculously understanding the predicament in front of her. Now that she had completely understood what Ying meant, she howled and punched Yi Ying's shoulder hard. "What sin have I committed to give birth to such a disgraceful thing like you? It is not easy to find a general's wife who likes you, you actually. Sun Dongqing, who was sad from the heart, punched Yi Ying and then punched her own chest hard. Her heart was so painful, so painful. Such a good opportunity, gone again. Gone again. Seeing that her father would not help her, Ying, who was desperate, cried and got up. "Mom, don't be angry, I was wrong. She hugged Sun Dongqing and suddenly said in a low voice, "Mom, if you don't help me, Dad will not want you, and he will not want me." Sun Dongqing, whose body suddenly stiffened, heard her daughter say, "Dad is only in his early 40s, the golden age for men. As long as he wants to have children with his official position, there are many young and beautiful women who want to give birth to his children. Mom, you must help me go to the Du family. I can't be fooled by Dad. He didn't want me to go because he was afraid that he would offend the deputy chief of staff Du. Madam Li likes me. Mom, I'm confident that I can win her heart. I'm also confident that Li Yuan won't be able to run away. Tomorrow is my last chance. If I miss it, Mom, both you and I will be abandoned by Dad. Don't say that Dad doesn't dare, he dares. I can't compete with you over Dad. Mom, you can't compete with him over what he wants to do, and neither can I. So, I'm going to take a gamble. If we win the bet, we win." His words touched Sun Dongqing's heart. That's right. Her daughter was right. Once the mother and daughter returned to Shuka village, everything would be over. They would become the laughingstock of the entire village. But what should he do? She didn't have any other ideas and could only let her daughter figure it out herself. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Yijifan, who had a splitting headache, didn't say anything else. He glanced coldly at Ying, got up, and said to Sun Dongqing, "Look after her. I'll go back to my room and book tickets for you two to go home." He didn't know that when he went back to his room to book the tickets, Sun Dongqing and Ying left Wangfu Hotel in a hurry. He also didn't know that the mother and daughter had caused a huge disaster. Chapter 21:21. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the cold wind blew through the capital city. Occasionally, there would be some noises on the streets, and after that, there was only the quiet street lights waiting for dawn. Ying did not dare to stay any longer. She staggered into a taxi with Sun Dongqing and gave the driver the name of a chain hotel in the country. She desperately wanted to escape from Yi Jifan's control. What should she do tomorrow? She did not have a solution now. "Mom, I have to put ice on my face to reduce the swelling. Forget about my body, I'll wear a long-sleeve dress." Ying quickly spoke to Sun Dongqing in dialect after getting into the taxi. What should she do next? She did not have a solution now. She had to go to the Du family and attend Du Jiai's birthday party first. Then, she took out her phone and quickly sent a text to Li Yuan. The text basically said that her mother was worried and came over. She did not know why she quarreled with her father. She failed to stop them and was accidentally injured. In short, she tried her best to explain the injuries on her body and face. Sun Dongqing glanced at the text and saw that she was a little embarrassed. Her expression made Yi Ying narrow her eyes. Deep resentment flashed through her swollen eyes. Not only did she hate Yi Jifan, but she also hated Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who was wrapping ice in a towel, did not notice and said, "How could I not know that Mrs. Li really wanted you to be her daughter-in-law? When I saw the videotape, I was so angry that I almost fainted. Ying, whether you were forced or not, you did such a thing." Speaking of the videotape, Sun Dongqing was angry again. She pressed the ice in her hand on Yi Ying's face. "With this videotape, even if you really marry into the Du family in the future, you will still be on tenterhooks." "Mom, why do you keep looking at the past? Do you think everyone is clean? They are all the same. Li Yuan is still studying in the United States, which is a very open country. The number of girlfriends he had could fill several buses. Can you stop talking about it?" Seeing her bruised face in the mirror, Ying was irritated. "If you keep thinking about the past, why don't you quickly reduce the swelling on my face? When I marry into the Du family, you can just enjoy life with me." It had to be said that Yi Ying was very good at coaxing Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who originally wanted to strangle Yi Ying to death, was busy getting ice cubes for Yi Ying and spraying anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving spray for Yi Ying. She was so busy that her heels didn't even touch the ground. Li Jinyan was also running around. He didn't expect that he would become Xia Jinyuan's errand boy when he arrived at the hospital. There were examinations, forms, stitches, and medication. By the time they were done, it was already early in the morning. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally cleaned up the pus in the wound and was stitched up again, lay lazily on the hospital bed and chatted with Li Jinyan, who was resting on the hospital bed. "You came here in the middle of the night to talk to me about the overseas competition. Is your time that tight?" I haven't seen the specific list of people on our side, and the Major General didn't mention to me who will be going either. When the list is out, we will arrange a training session to improve our teamwork. Li Jinyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, just wanted to find someone to talk to. The list was secondary. When he heard Yi Ying, he said calmly, "You are injured now, how are you going to arrange the training?" Yi Qian should also be selected. Her schedule isn't easy to arrange. It had been a month since the last training session. She should have started school by now. Chapter 21-22. If she does well this time, the school won't have too many problems. If she doesn't, I'm afraid they won't let her go. After all, the school doesn't know what she's training for. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "Actually, you can say that she's training for the competition. The National University of Science and Technology often sends students to participate in the competition. She can do it too. I'll call you later to ask about the situation. You should know about Yi Qian's results." When they talked about the military, Li Jinyan's slightly depressed mood suddenly became a lot more cheerful. After resting for a while, he got up, straightened his military uniform and said calmly, "Rest well. I'll go to the military headquarters for a meeting." Xia Jinyuan, who could tell that he had something on his mind, looked at him meaningfully and said with a half-smile, "You're in a good mood so quickly? Are you sure you don't need to talk to me anymore so that I can talk to you?" Talking to Yi Qian can indeed improve my mood quickly. Faced with his comrade's teasing, the handsome and cold Li Jinyan calmly replied. That one sentence made Major Xia choke in his throat. After he calmed down, Major Xia smiled and said, "Major Li, Yi Qian is my girlfriend. You're late." "So what if she's your girlfriend?" "She's also my comrade." She's also my comrade. She's both my girlfriend and my comrade." Major Xia, who was now the boyfriend, calmly responded to the sudden provocation, "You're not interested in stealing your comrade's girlfriend." He was indeed not interested in being immoral, but Li Jinyan looked at his former opponent, who was now his comrade, and sneered, "Didn't I tell you before? Yi Qian gives me a familiar feeling. Major Xia, wait for me to check it out. When the time comes, it'll be hard to say what your identity and mine will be." "Check it out?" Xia Jinyuan's smile did not fade, but his eyes darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Devil, Yi Qian's situation is a little special. What do you want to check?" "The situation is a little special?" Li Jinyan, who was about to leave, sat back on the bed and asked coldly, "What happened? What I'm investigating here, could it possibly affect her?" His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as he said, "Or do you know what I'm investigating? Someone is investigating it too?" This time, it was Xia Jinyuan's turn. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He stared at Li Jinyan, and even his voice was frosty. "Devil, what did you find out about Yi Jian? He was a major and a marine. What right did he have to investigate Yi Qian? Check the relationship between Yi Qian and my family." Since it was related to Yi Qian, Li Jinyan did not hide anything. "I want to know why I feel a sense of familiarity with her. The relationship between the little fox and the Li family?" Xia Jinyuan did not expect to be asked such a question. He could not help but chuckle. How could she be related to the Li family? The Li family used to be a warlord. Yi Qian's family has been farmers for 3 generations. How could they have anything to do with you? Knowing that no one was investigating the same thing as him, the sharpness in Li Jinyan's eyes gradually disappeared. "That's why I want to check it out." He calmed down and said indifferently, "Otherwise, I'll always wonder why I feel a sense of familiarity with Yi Qian." It was not a sense of familiarity between a man and a woman. At first glance, he felt a sense of déjà vu, so much so that he misunderstood that he might like Yi Qian. When he found out about the relationship between Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, he did not feel sad, nor did he feel jealous. Instead, he felt relieved. These two feelings puzzled him, so he had no choice but to investigate. Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a fantasy. How could it be possible? Chapter 21-23. Demon King, perhaps you can think of the so-called sense of familiarity as a kind of appreciation between the strong. Looking at his stubborn comrade, Xia Jinyuan felt helpless. I once conducted a detailed investigation on Yi Qian. The military has also investigated her. Devil, I can tell you with certainty that she has nothing to do with the Li family. If she does, the military will definitely find out. The military has detailed information on 3 generations of her family. You're overthinking it. Li Jinyan only replied calmly to his comrade's advice. I trust my intuition. To hell with your intuition. Xia Jinyuan cursed in his heart. Seeing that he was so insistent, he reminded him, recently Yi Qian has been troubled by something. Since you have to investigate it, I hope you can postpone it for the time being. I don't want to complicate matters because of your investigation. Sure. Li Jinyan nodded. He would definitely be cautious when it came to Yi Qian, but he pursed his lips and asked, What's troubling Yi Qian? What happened to make you so nervous? No, it's not Yi Qian. As for the specific reason, I'm sorry, Devil, I can't tell you. I just hope you can delay your investigation. His intuition told him that Yi Qian had something to do with the Li family. He didn't know what to say. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. He wouldn't investigate anymore once he gave up. Li Jinyan, who still had to go to the military, didn't stay any longer. He opened the door and strode out. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan, who had been in a high-intensity battle for more than 10 days, raised his head and rubbed his slightly dizzy temples. Due to the severe lack of sleep, he thought for a while and carefully recalled his investigation of Yi Qian's family. After thinking for a while, he was certain that his little fox had nothing to do with the Li family. If the devil insists on investigating, then so be it. He had already reminded him not to cause trouble for the time being. With his character, he would do it. Xia Jinyuan stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to call Houzi later and ask what happened between Yi Jifan and the Du family. As for his little fox, he had to go to the southern province to look for her after he rested. He had a lot of things to deal with, so he had to rest well. Xia Jinyuan, who slept until 8 o'clock, opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to call Houzi in southern province. He needed to know what Yi Jifan and the Du family were up to. Only then did Xia Jinyuan realize that while he was away, Yi Qian had done quite a few big things. Houzi told Xia Jinyuan everything that had happened to Sun Yaozu without exaggerating. First, he shot Sun Yaozu's eyes with a glass shard. Then, he brought him to the mountain and dealt with him. I didn't do anything. Other than cleaning up the mess for her and getting rid of the foreign bodyguards that Sun Yaozu had illegally hired and framing him, the rest is the Southern Province Police's job. Xia Jinyuan did not react much when he explained everything that had happened in a few words. He was fine as long as his little fox was fine. She would not make a move easily. Once she made a move, she would definitely have to make a move. It was fine as long as she was fine. The second thing was the videotape. Xia Jinyuan was even more relieved. Although Little Fox did not directly tell Houzi how she was going to deal with the backup tapes, he could guess it based on his understanding of her. Yi Jifan would definitely receive one copy. One copy would most likely be sent to Madame Li because she wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. The other copy would be from the military? His old man Xia? Both were possible. Chapter 21-24. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had used his power for personal gain to send Ying into the military and even sent her to the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. It seemed like the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was very confident in himself and believed that there would be no problems with what he did. Ying entering the military would not only make Yi Jifan's political career more difficult, but it would also be evidence for him to deal with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du in the future. If he wanted to blow up the matter and make Yi Jifan a target of the Du family, he would have to tell Little Fox to endure for a few more days until Ying entered the military and Mrs. Li saw the videotape. At most, she would have to endure for another 10 days. Your girlfriend is very good at taking care of herself. Lalu, you have good taste. Take good care of her and your future will be exciting and fulfilling. You can also rely on each other and won't make a scene because of your career. Houzi's mentality was becoming more and more peaceful. It was probably because he had experienced so much and lost so much that he realized that life was actually just two people relying on each other and slowly living the rest of their lives. Xia Jinyuan knew what kind of person he was talking to in the past. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You look like a loving father. How many months is my sister pregnant?" In front of Xia Yiwei, Hou Zi, who had restrained his anger, sighed. "Why don't you believe that I've really changed? She's pregnant for a month. Good news. I have to be a loving father. I'm already in my 40s and I have a child at an old age. If I don't learn to be a loving father, your sister will sharpen a kitchen knife in the middle of the night and warn me." Hou Zi had been in the underworld for more than 20 years and had been a mafia boss for more than 10 years. Even if he had washed his hands in a gold basin, the anger in his bones could not be washed away in such a short time. However, he was willing to give up for the person he loved and cultivate for the sake of the little life that was about to come. From his appearance, he was no longer as ruthless as he used to be. At least, when Yiqian saw him, he almost thought that he had the indifference of sitting in the bamboo forest and looking at the clouds calmly. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, saw through Hou Zi and directly exposed him. When he found out that Xia Yiwei had been pregnant for a month, Xia Jinyuan was happy for the two of them. The two of them had an average age of 40, so it was time for them to have a child. After chatting with Xia Yiwei for a while, Xia Jinyuan hung up the phone with a smile on his handsome face. Good things always come in pairs. Xia Jinyuan put his phone back into his pocket with a faint smile and slowly lay back on the bed. He was in a good mood and there was a smile on his face. Sun Yaozu had already been dealt with, and Hou Zi Qingwei was keeping a close eye on him, so he didn't need to pay any attention to him. Now, all that was left was the videotape. Hou Zi gave him the videotape at the right time. Yi Zhifan could only watch helplessly as Ying ruined the opportunity that he had worked so hard to get. When the opportunity came, his little fox did not show any mercy and directly attacked. Moreover, it was a sure kill move. Want to enlist? Her character would only bring bad luck to the deputy chief of staff Du. After understanding the situation clearly, Xia Jinyuan began to plan his next step to cooperate with Yi Qian. She should have sent out the videotape by now, right? However, if she had sent it out, Yi Zhifan should have received it by now. If he had received the videotape, would he still bring Yi Ying to the capital? It was a little unlikely. Madame Li, who did not tolerate anyone, was not an easy person to get along with. Last night, she even specially held a welcome dinner for Yi Zhifan and his daughter. It was obvious that she really liked Yi Ying. However, if she found out that the girl that she thought was gentle and obedient was actually a debauchee, she would definitely make a big fuss. Chapter 21-25. This was interesting. Madame Li cared about her reputation the most. Yi Ying's move was undoubtedly a slap in her face, putting her in an awkward position. With Madame Li's vengeful personality, she would definitely fall out with Yi Zhifan. Not only would they fall out, but Yi Zhifan's family would also have a hard time. Then, would the person supporting Yi Zhifan behind the scenes show up? Would they lend a helping hand? He really hoped that the person behind the scenes would help. As long as they showed up, the truth about Sun Xueqing would be revealed. He couldn't stay in the hospital. He had to go to Mr. Xia's office. After that, he would go to Southern Province to see Little Fox, who he missed so much. She must have been very worried when they parted in such a hurry last time. Later, he didn't contact anyone outside. She must be very anxious. Now that he had returned to China, he naturally had to see her. After a few bottles of anti-inflammatory drips, Xia Jinyuan pulled out the needle himself. Then, he put on the military uniform and coat sent by V8 and strode out of the hospital while avoiding the eyes of the nurses. According to the doctor's advice, it was best for him to go to the hospital for 3 days to prevent the wound from being infected and suppurated again. For Xia Jinyuan, 3 days was too long. 3 hours was enough. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who got out of the car, was still far away when he saw a familiar figure standing by the flower bed. Even if the other party was wearing tattered clothes, he could still recognize the figure. At first glance, wasn't the person looking for him? You're so capable. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. You'll come out in 3 hours. Aren't you afraid that you'll faint on the way? When father and son met, they would start by insulting each other. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned a little. He took off his military cap and put it on the desk. He stared at the boy who didn't listen to the doctor's advice and said coldly, Why didn't you stay in the hospital? Why did you come here? Don't tell me you missed me and came here specially. He couldn't talk to his son, who gave him a headache. The only person who could deal with him was Xiao Yi. The penetrating wound on his waist was not treated properly, and the wound was infected and suppurated. As a soldier, he could understand that there were no better conditions to treat the wound during a mission. But now that he had returned to the country, the doctor had specially instructed him not to move around as he pleased and that he had to stay in the hospital for 3 days, but he still didn't listen. In the office, the difference between a superior and a subordinate, between a general and a major, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of the desk, respectfully saluted the sitting commander-in-chief. All right, let's sit down and talk. After all, he was his son. Commander-in-Chief Xia was worried when he heard that his son was injured. He waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down first, lest he reopen the wound if he stood for too long. Long story short, you have a meeting to attend at 9:30. Xia Jinyuan, who had wanted to ask a few more questions, immediately explained the purpose of his visit. I wanted to ask if you received the videotape from Yi Qian? I've received a copy of the recording. As for the videotape, wait a moment. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that his son's expression was cold, so he took the intercom and asked the clerk, check if there are any mails from Southern Province. If there are, send them to me now. Mail and parcels that could be sent directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia were checked by specially designated personnel in order to prevent dangerous items from being carried. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the clerk came over with a package that was confirmed to be safe. It was the videotape that Yi Qian had sent to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't play it immediately. He directly asked, "What's in it?" Chapter 21-26. It's about the private life of a recruit before she joined the army. This recruit was diagnosed with a heart condition in junior high school, and it was recorded in her personal file. On the day of the college entrance examination, she framed Yi Qian for cheating to avenge her personal grudge. After an investigation by the Education Bureau, this recruit was banned from taking the college entrance examination for 5 years. In less than half a year, this recruit suddenly joined the army again, and it was very likely that she would enter the Beijing Government Arts and Crafts Regiment. The person who helped her to join the army was none other than Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Xia Jinyuan, who was reporting seriously, glanced coldly at the videotape. His dark eyes flashed with a cold light. A recruit like this is not qualified to join the army. Deputy Chief of Staff Du not only allowed her to join the army without investigating the matter clearly, he even used special recruitment as an excuse to let her join the army in advance. Commander-in-Chief, if this person really joins the army, once her private life and past actions are reported by the media, our army's image will be seriously damaged. Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew who the recruit he was talking about was. Yi Qian sent a recording, and someone clearly mentioned the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. The military commission also heard this recording, but old Du was not an ordinary person. Without more conclusive evidence, no one, including himself, could easily touch old Du. This videotape also could not prove that there was something wrong with old Du. Special recruitment was not an exercise of privilege, and real people could indeed join the army in advance. Old Du only dared to do this because he knew about it. Yi Jifan's daughter joined the army because of her immoral character. If this matter was exposed, old Du would at most be criticized at the conference as not investigated. Rather than startling old Du now, it was better to hold back for the time being. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the videotape again. However, since his daughter-in-law sent the videotape to him, he could not ignore it. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had long regarded Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law, seemed to have thought of something and said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the topic. Xiao Yi didn't just send me the videotape, right? Who else did she send it to besides me? You have 1 box. 1 box was sent to Yi Jifan, and the other box was sent to the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Xia Jinyuan did not want to hide what Yi Qian had done from his father. Since the old man asked about it, he must have some plans. Yi Jifan and his daughter arrived in Beijing yesterday. Mrs. Li personally welcomed them. Ho Zi also told me that Mrs. Li likes Yi Ying very much. Xia Jinyuan paused for a few seconds to add on. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at him thoughtfully for a moment and said, This recruit hasn't joined the army yet, right? Let's talk about it after we enlist. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Since the old man said so, it meant that the father and son had the same idea. He wanted Yi Ying to enlist because he wanted to anger Mrs. Li so that she could settle the score with Yi Ying and Yi Zhifan for deceiving him. Mrs. Li was famous for her ruthlessness. Every military and political family in Beijing knew about it. Old man Xia knew that the videotape and Yi Ying joining the army would not make the deputy chief of staff do anything, but he still let Yi Ying join the army first. It was obvious that he had the same idea as him. He smiled and joked, "Yi Qian hasn't even married into our family, Xia, and you're already protecting her. I must tell her how much you care about her." Commander-in-Chief Xia did think so. Yi Zhifan was in politics. He could not reach out his hands, so he would let Mrs. Li, who liked to reach out, do it. After losing so much face, Old Du's wife would not let the matter rest. Chapter 21-27. If I don't take good care of Xiao Yi, I'm really afraid that another guy with foresight will snatch him away from you. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't spare any effort to attack his son. In exchange, Xia Jinyuan looked at him indifferently, so Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't mention it. Yi Qian trusted him, and he trusted Yi Qian. If he said too much, the two of them would laugh at him. Well, his son was much more reliable than before, so he shouldn't worry too much. As long as Major General Yang mentioned him, he would add, "Commander-in-Chief, it's all thanks to your hard work back then that Xia Jinyuan became what he is today." In fact, he only did it twice back then, and Major General Yang happened to meet him both times. As for what Xia Jinyuan is today, to be honest, it was all because of Xia Jinyuan's own hard work, and it had nothing to do with him. Now that he had found Yi Qian as his girlfriend, he probably didn't need to do anything in the future. The two of them could solve their own problems by themselves. But now that he could help, he would naturally help. As for Old Du, you and Yi Qian are not allowed to interfere. Now, we should focus on investigating Yi Qian's mother, Martyr's son Xueqing. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that the most important thing was not to bring down Yi Zhifan, but to investigate Martyr's son Xueqing. On the third day of the new year, the military commission asked Yi Qian to come to Beijing. The words military commission made Xia Jinyuan's eyes turn cold. Why did they ask her to come? One of Martyr's son Xueqing's comrades with the surname Kai, who is now the director of a city's public security bureau, is also investigating. He returned to his original unit to take some of the information from the investigation back then. Coincidentally, the military was also retrieving the original information, so they found this director. For the sake of caution, the military asked Yi Qian to come to the military commission to find out how much she knew about Martyr's son Xueqing. Yi Qian was very calm. Originally, the military commission wanted to test her, but she directly told Colonel Tan, who was talking to her, that she suspected there was a problem with Martyr's son Xueqing's sacrifice. She suddenly spoke so bluntly that Senior Colonel Tan, who was questioning her, almost lost his cool. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan laughed. That's right, his little fox didn't like to beat around the bush, especially in front of the military commission, who was investigating Martyr's son Xueqing. The military disciplinary committee was not an ordinary place. Hiding it would be counterproductive. It was better to say it directly and let the head of the military disciplinary committee see her unreserved cooperation. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought about what happened that day, a faint smile appeared on his serious face. But soon he put away his smile and continued to be serious when facing Xia Jinyuan. The military takes Yi Jian's matter very seriously. Now, everything is on the right track. You should remind her not to act rashly so as not to ruin her future. Yi Zhifan's case has been investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. According to the current information, there are a few minor problems, but there are no major problems for the time being. Don't worry, it's only been 10 days. We don't expect to find a big problem immediately. Give the military commission some time. The military commission, and the military commission acted quickly. Little Fox didn't need to do anything. Once the videotape was sent out, they could sit back and watch the storm. Xia Jinyuan was very satisfied with the current situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned when he saw the faint smile on his face. How can you still smile? Hurry up and go back to the hospital. Stay in the hospital for 3 days. Don't move around without my permission. It's a puncture wound, not a scratch. Don't mess around. Chapter 21-28. Sorry to disappoint you. I've never thought of going back since I was discharged from the hospital. Major Xia, who had finished his business, got up lazily. His thin lips curled into a slightly roguish smile. Faced with Commander-in-Chief's military might, he said calmly, I plan to go to the airport and head to the southern province now. I have to see your daughter-in-law first. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that the daughter-in-law I finally got will be taken away by another man. Why would he go to the southern province with an injury? Even if he wanted to court a daughter-in-law, he had to be healthy. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face completely darkened. Nonsense. Wait until your injury is healed. As he spoke, he took out an encrypted document from the drawer. Take a look at this document. I want to see this document. I also want to go to the southern province. I'm not fooling around with you. When Xia Jinyuan decided on something, especially when it came to Yi Qian, he would not change his mind at all. He calmly accepted Commander-in-Chief Xia's extremely intimidating gaze and unhurriedly opened the document. When he read it, he was immediately amused. I'm not in a hurry. Why is the military in a hurry? This was a document regarding the conferment of military ranks. The document stated, in view of the fact that Major Xia Jinyuan has not responded to the conferment of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel for a long time, we specially request the military to directly overtake Major Xia Jinyuan and confer the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Commander-in-Chief Xia had never interfered with his son's promotion, but now that the document was in his hands, he had to ask. You should have been conferred the rank of Lieutenant Colonel last July. Why did you delay the conferment? Do you want to learn from the founding generals? You don't want to be conferred the rank? You're mocking me again. Xia Jinyuan took the document. His gaze fell on the bright red military emblem on the cover of the document. His slender fingers gently stroked it. It's not that I don't want to, but I want to slow down a little and wait for Yi Qian to come up. He wanted to wait for Yi Qian to graduate and for her to be conferred the same rank as him. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Xia's unfathomable eyes moved a little. His son cherished Yi Qian more than he had imagined, and also knew how to cherish Yi Qian more than he had imagined. Good lad, tough enough. As expected of the offspring of his old family Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was very satisfied, showed anger on his face. You don't want the rank just because I said so? Do you think it's child's play? From last July to this year, do you still want to drag it out? I'm not dragging. I'm just slowing down. Xia Jinyuan obviously knew that his father was bluffing, but he really had to explain this matter to his father. If nothing goes wrong, Yi Qian will graduate with an Outstanding Student award and be promoted to captain. And since she started in junior high school, she has repeatedly made military contributions to the army. When she graduates, she can be conferred the rank of major. I'm not in a hurry to wait another 4 years. I'll wait until she graduates. Commander-in-Chief Xia chose not to listen to his explanation. Then it's not up to you to drag it out. The military rank has already been issued, so you have to think about it even if you don't want to. I'll get the guards to send you back to the hospital. Behave yourself. The military rank had to be conferred. How could it be delayed? If he didn't listen, someone else would take care of him. When Commander-in-Chief Xia thought of someone, he was referring to Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want to confront him, took a step back for the time being. He didn't mention going to Southern Province in the afternoon. Instead, he said that he had something to discuss with Major General Yang and that he would go to the hospital after the matter was settled. Without waiting for the guards to come over, he left under Commander-in-Chief Xia's cold gaze. He really did need to look for Major General Yang of the army. He had to ask which comrades of the Snowfield Brigade had gone abroad to participate in the competition. After he walked out of the office, Commander-in-Chief Xia called Major General Yang of the army and instructed him to get the guards to escort Xia Jinyuan back to the hospital after the matter was settled. Then, he called Yi Qian and asked her to come forward and persuade the troublesome bastard to stay. Chapter 21-29. Xia Jinyuan hadn't contacted Yi Qian yet, So Commander-in-Chief Xia instructed his staff to call the office of the Director of the University of Science and Technology of China and make an appointment first. The University of Science and Technology of China had strict regulations and didn't allow students to use cell phones. At this time, not many students had cell phones. Even if they did, they had to hand over their cell phones as soon as they arrived at school and wait until they were out, on holidays, or on official business. Yi Qian, who had reported yesterday, handed over his cell phone as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who knew the rules, didn't call his cell phone directly. Instead, he called the director's office. He didn't make the call himself either. He asked his staff to make the call first and then transfer the call to his office. The military called to look for a student. It was none other than Yi Qian, whom most of the teachers in the school knew. The director who knew Yi Qian looked at the class schedule and asked the teacher to inform Yi Qian after class. Yi Qian was sitting in library number 3 and discussing with several top students from other classes. On the first day of school, the students hadn't gotten over the New Year's atmosphere yet. The freshmen were given a mission. On Labor Day, the freshmen were to go to the northern part of the province for a drill. As the frontline leaders of the future battles, they were instructed to experience the atmosphere of a battle where life and death were on the line. As soon as the order was given, the red and blue teams of each class began to prepare in advance. After the first class, the red and blue teams sent out representatives of each class in less than 2 minutes. They met during the short break between classes at the speed of light. There's no preparation time for a real battle. A battle that starts as soon as it's announced is the real battle that determines the outcome. A top student from the School of Science spread out a map of the training base they were going to on Labor Day. The school suddenly told us that there's a drill on Labor Day. Why do I feel like the map they gave us isn't a real one? 2 armies are fighting for positions. Who would have the chance to run to the position and observe the terrain first? Who would know in advance that the position they took would be the position that the Blue Army would be fighting for? I asked the seniors in the School of Science and went through some information myself. I found that the school really didn't tell us the positions we would be practicing a few months in advance. At most, they gave us an approximate time. When it's our turn, you're telling us the time, location, and number of people. You're even giving us time to arrange our troops in advance. Don't you find it a little strange? The students of the School of Science were all engineering students, so their logical thinking was quite rigorous. They had a thick book on cryptography, while Yi Qian and the others had only just started studying it, but they had already finished self-studying. Another student said, having a direction is better than not having one. Let's not talk about whether it's strange or not. We can first familiarize ourselves with the northern training base and the surrounding terrain. When the time comes, we can carry out the drill anywhere. We can't always focus on the north. Our school has exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. In my opinion, we can't just grasp the north. We have to grasp the exercise bases in the east, west, south, and north. Only in this way, no matter where the exercise is, we won't have to improvise. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, make a plan before you act. Know when to stop and you will gain. I agree with this student's point of view. Some students agreed. Only by not fighting an unprepared war can one be invincible. This had been the case in all wars since ancient times. Yi Qian didn't speak immediately. Although she had actual combat experience and had participated in a real battle between 2 armies, she had never participated in a drill involving hundreds of people. Regarding this, she decided to listen first and then express her opinion. Chapter 2130. The short meeting was just to get to know each other. There was only so much time outside of class. They met to get to know each other and set a time for the next meeting before returning to their respective classrooms. At noon, Yi Qian finished her lunch and told Su Wen and He Qing that she needed to go to the dean's office. She told them to go back to their dorms to rest while she jogged to the dean's office. Su Wen looked at Yi Qian's back as she left and lamented to He Jing, I have 2 fears. One is my father, and the other is entering the office. Every time I see a classmate entering the office, I always feel like the wind is blowing and the water is freezing. The hero will never return. As long as you improve your physical fitness, you will never have the chance to go to the office. He Jing pointed out her classmate's weakness without giving her any face. During the scolding session this morning, as long as your physical fitness was mentioned, I saw our instructor's gaze sweep over you. Why are you so weak? You're second from the bottom in the class. You're quite capable. You eat so much every day. If you don't gain strength, you'll only gain weight. What's the use of gaining weight? It's not like you can be slaughtered to buy meat. Su Wen was horrified. I gained weight again? No way. I just went back for the new year and I gained weight again? My father dug me out of bed at 5 in the morning to run. How can I gain weight? Facing the classmate who completely missed the point, He Jing patted her shoulder and sighed with emotion. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Classmate, take care. In the previous semester's physical fitness exam, Su Wen, who had been lagging behind since the start of the freshman's military training, received the lowest score in history. Her instructor and captain were shocked. It could be predicted that Su Wen's life would be tragic this semester. Your grades in the military academy could not be too good, but your physical fitness had to be very, very good. Otherwise, you would only have more miserable days ahead of you. As someone who had not attended classes for a month, Yiqian naturally did not feel any pressure when she became the top student in the entire school. Last night, the instructor even talked to her and asked if she could spare some time to help the students who were in the bottom 20 in class improve their physical fitness. He also said that there was no need to worry about being too ruthless. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Yiqian said she would do her best. Yiqian, who was running towards the director's office, thought that it was because of this matter. She knocked on the door and shouted, "Reporting in." When she heard a "please come in" from inside, the first thing Yiqian did when he pushed the door open was to give a military salute. "Commander-in-Chief, Yiqian is here. Please wait a moment, I'll pass the phone to her." The hospital director was on the phone. His words made Yiqian realize who was looking for him. Yiqian, who had spoken with Commander-in-Chief Xia many times, was not as tense as before. However, when Yiqian heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's dignified voice, he could not help but straighten his back. Xiao Yi, sixth brother, has already returned to the country. He even suffered some minor injuries. I stopped him from coming to the southern province to look for you. I hope you can forgive him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan had returned safely, Yiqian, who had been heavily shackled, felt the shackles on her heart suddenly loosen. The sound of flowers blooming in spring bloomed from the depths of her heart. However, at the same time, her brows were tightly knitted together. She knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia's minor injuries were not really minor injuries. If they were, Commander-in-Chief Xia would not have specially called her. Chapter 2131. His injuries must be so serious that he had to be hospitalized. Yiqian, who was a little out of breath, closed his eyes slightly and tried to mentally prepare himself before asking calmly, "Can you tell me how serious his condition is?" He was very calm, but every word was so heavy that it felt like a stone had fallen from the sky and hit Chief Commander Xia. He suddenly realized that he had made such a call. Was it a little inappropriate? Even though Commander-in-Chief Xia was a dignified general, he was also a father who deeply cared about his son. Before he could reflect on his inappropriate call, Commander-in-Chief Xia quickly smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." His waist was pierced, but it avoided the vital parts. He handled it a little carelessly, and the shrapnel left 2 small fragments, which caused the wound to become inflamed. He handled it immediately after returning to China. The doctor suggested that he stay in the hospital for 3 days and get an anti-inflammatory drip. He just came over and told me that he wanted to visit you in the afternoon, but I didn't agree. The clerk who knocked on the door walked in quietly and saw that the commander-in-chief was on the phone with someone. He opened the camouflage folder and presented the contents to the commander-in-chief. This was an invitation from the political department's arts and crafts department. Commander-in-Chief Xia was invited to watch the Beijing government troops' upcoming performance in the army. The general idea was to invite leaders of all levels, and then the leaders of all levels would give instructions, guidance, and criticism. Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze fell on one of the invited work units, pointed here, and said, "Go and ask the school leaders who will be coming to Beijing to watch." The clerk nodded, put down the folder, and left the office. On the other end of the phone, Yiqian secretly let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely stop him from coming over. I will definitely keep him in the hospital for 3 days. For his health, she would definitely not let him come over to Nan province." His waist was pierced by shrapnel and avoided the vital parts. Although the injury was serious, it was better than a bullet pierced through the waist. With Yi Qian's help, Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved. However, he could understand his son's feelings of wanting to see his girlfriend. It was quite pitiful for the two of them to be apart so much. Thinking of the document just now, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's grades last semester and whether anything had happened in the past few days. Yi Qian, who had good grades, reported his grades one by one. "My overall grades are okay. There's not much to do in the next few days. The main classes haven't started yet, so I'll focus on physical fitness for the time being." Focus on physical fitness for the time being. That's easy. With an idea in mind, Commander-in-Chief Xia praised Yi Jian first. He smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder Old Six told me confidently that you would definitely get the title of outstanding student. Little Yi, you're very good. You let us all be at ease. Since you don't have classes these few days, and it's Saturday and Sunday in 3 days, how about this? You go to the capital with the school leaders to watch the performance of the Beijing political group. At the same time, you go to the hospital to visit Six's brother, lest he sneaks into the southern province to look for someone and make everyone uneasy." Yi Qian readily agreed. It should be said that he couldn't ask for more. She really wanted to see Captain Xia. She really missed him. Lovesickness seeped into her bones, and she was deeply sentimental. Regarding the matter of Yi Qian coming to Beijing with the school leaders had called the dean before she left the dean's office. They asked the dean to inform Yi Qian that he would come to Beijing with the school leaders at 9 o'clock tomorrow to report on his work. They couldn't directly go to Beijing to watch the performance. After all, watching the performance was secondary. The meeting after the performance was the main point. Chapter 2132. Yi Qian, who was about to leave for the capital, was oblivious to the fact that Ying was talking about her. Browsing through the graduation album of the military academy, she chuckled and said, "Jiai, I always thought that you graduated from the National University of Science and Technology as well. So, it turns out that you graduated from this military academy." Du Jiai, who was in the midst of putting on her eye makeup, replied with a lukewarm in response to Yi Ying's enthusiasm. She then asked, "What do you mean by, also? Do you have a friend who graduated from the National University of Science and Technology?" "I don't think so. Aren't you still in school at your age?" "I don't know anyone who graduated, but I do know someone who is still in school. We aren't friends, so our relationship is just SOSO. That girl used to be in the same junior high school as me, and her results were average. However, after the college entrance examinations, she somehow managed to get into the National University of Science and Technology. It was a huge deal back then," Ying said calmly. At the same time, there was a hint of jealousy and disdain in her voice. It was difficult for two girls to like an outstanding girl, but it was easy for them to hate the same girl. It just so happened that Du Jiai was secretly looking for Yi Ying's faults. Hearing her words, a cold sneer crept onto her lips. Feigning concern, she said, "Having such an outstanding girl by your side is indeed a headache. All right, you aren't bad yourself, so why are you being jealous of her?" "It's not that I'm jealous of her. It's just that she used to be really bad. Her results back then were really bad. She was always at the bottom of her class from primary school to junior high school. I found it hard to believe that she managed to get into the military academy all of a sudden." Yi Ying continued flipping through the album as she casually continued speaking. "Take Sis Jiai for example. Your results have always been good, so it's no surprise that you managed to get into the military academy. On the other hand, from primary school to junior high school, she had to copy my homework every single time. No one gave her any exams, so she was always at the bottom of her class. How can I not be surprised that she managed to get into the military academy during the college entrance examinations? That's indeed a little surprising. So that's what happened. Someone who was worse than me suddenly managed to get into the military academy. Naturally, I would feel a little disappointed, so Du Jiai said apologetically. Ying continued as if she did not understand. I'm her relative. We share the same surname and grew up together. I'm happy that she got into the military academy, but I'm also worried. It's fine if he really relied on himself to pass the exam, but I'm afraid that's not the case. At that time, everyone in the village was happy, but my parents were worried, afraid that they would be happy for nothing. If Du Jiai conveyed her words to the deputy chief of staff Du, Hey Yiqian, oh Yiqian, what do you think will happen to you? Du Jiai, who was not interested, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned to look at Yi Ying, who was sitting on the dressing table to her left. She has the same surname as you? What's his name? Yiqian. Ying could tell that there was something amiss with her tone, so she thought that Zhang Xian had understood what she was trying to say. With a deep frown, she sighed deeply. My cousin grew up without parents. If not for my parents raising her, she would have been living on the streets by now. She wasn't the type to study since young. My parents said that it was my uncle and auntie who blessed her that she was able to get into the military academy. They had the same surname, but one was from the military academy while the other was from the army. Am I overthinking things? Do you have a picture of her? Let me take a look. Regardless of whether I'm overthinking things or not, I'll know once I see the picture. Du Jiai asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 2133. Du Jiai was far more scheming than Yiqian, and she was better at hiding things. She didn't want others to know that she knew Yiqian, and she also didn't want others to see her abnormality. She added lightly, if a gentle and generous girl like you doesn't like Yiqian, I'm sure that Yiqian isn't very likable. Ying hoped that Du Jiai would stand on her side. Hearing this, she smiled and said, I don't hate her, but I don't like her either. After all, she and I are still family. I also hope that she doesn't do anything wrong and doesn't always think of taking shortcuts. Hearing this, Du Jiai almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What right did she have to criticize others? Wasn't she the same? The two sisters were the same. If the Yiqian she was talking about was the same person as the Yiqian she knew, then it really was. Du Jiai's eyes darkened as she played with the eyebrow pencil. If it really was the same person, she had to admit that Yiqian was undoubtedly much better than Yi Ying. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that she didn't like either of them. She was from a small family, yet she wanted to marry into a big family. She was dreaming. As for the other one, she always tried to be brave, but all the male soldiers fell for her tricks. Did she think that she was a flower in the army and wanted to stand out and make all the female soldiers feel inferior? Du Jiai's mind flashed with the image of a face that was as beautiful as the moon, even if she was dirty. Her eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and her mood instantly sank. She threw the eyebrow pencil in her hand onto the dressing table. I'm sorry, Miss Du. The makeup artist thought that she had applied too much eye makeup and made Du Jiai uncomfortable. She was so frightened that she quickly apologized. Du Jiai had a habit of venting her anger on others, but she never did it in front of others. Instead, she liked to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. This matter had nothing to do with the makeup artist, so she didn't need to vent her anger on a mere makeup artist. She raised her hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. However, Ying misunderstood. She thought that Du Jiai was standing up for her and said softly, Jiai, don't be angry. I don't care anymore. I don't have the photos. If you want to see them, I'll see if I can get the photos taken during graduation. Who would look at the graduation photo? It was filled with heads. How could they see it clearly? Can you show me a solo photo? Du Jiai glanced at Yi Ying, who was putting on an act in front of her, and the disgust in her heart grew stronger. She really didn't understand what her mother liked about her. Pretentious and pretentious. Although her looks were acceptable, this kind of appearance was completely unrecognizable. Seeing the flash of joy in Yi Ying's eyes, Du Jiai immediately understood why Ying had mentioned Yiqian to her. Earlier, she had mentioned that Yiqian's grades were not good, but he had suddenly gotten into the military academy. Wasn't this hinting that Yiqian had relied on cheating to get into the college entrance exams? Now she understood. So this was her true intention. Since you said that her grades might be fake, then we have to check it out. The military academy is meant to groom future military officers. How can there be fish eyes as pearls? Give me the solo photo as soon as possible. I'll ask my father to find out what's going on. Yi Ying was so agitated that she secretly pinched her thigh to suppress her excitement. However, she pinched herself too hard. Her expression of pain and excitement intertwined, causing her sweet features to twist. She panicked and said, "There's no need to check, there's no need to check. She's doing very well now. I heard that if she didn't pass the military academy's new training program, she would be rejected. Since she didn't, it means that she's still capable." Chapter 2134. The door of the dressing room was pushed open and Madame Li, who was dressed in a dignified and noble manner, walked in. Ying, who was talking, turned her head when she heard the noise. She hurriedly adjusted her expression and stood up. She stood up gracefully and greeted Madame Li. "Madam." Madame Li took in all her expressions. She didn't know what was going on and thought that her daughter had embarrassed Yi Ying again. Seeing that Yi Ying could quickly adjust her expression and pretend to be calm, she smiled with satisfaction. She didn't misjudge her. She was indeed a sensible girl who knew not to embarrass others. "You are injured. Don't be so polite. Sit down." Mrs. Li, who walked over elegantly, took the initiative to put her arm around Yi Ying's shoulder. She thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, your face is not injured. Don't wear anything else later. Just wear a military uniform. Don't put too much makeup on your face. Just be simple and elegant." Du Jiai, who had finished the eye makeup, said with a smile, "Mom, in fact, I don't need to put on too much makeup. Just be simple and elegant. Just wear a military uniform." "You want to disagree with me again, don't you?" Mrs. Li tapped her daughter's forehead with her index finger. She was in a good mood and joked with the makeup artist. "Make her uglier. She will be too ashamed to see others later." The makeup artist hurriedly said respectfully, "Miss Du is born beautiful. She is very beautiful without makeup." Did you hear that, Mom? You have to listen to the opinions of the people and the voices of the people. Du Jiai, who was smiling like a flower, raised her eyebrows like a girl and pulled Yi Ying into the topic. "Tell me, who is prettier, me or Ying?" Mrs. Li liked Du Jiai's coquettishness very much. It was not coquettish, but coquettishness that made her laugh. Hearing this, Mrs. Li looked at her and then at Yi Ying. Each has her own merits. However, Ying is more well-behaved. Look at her. She's well-behaved. Du Jiai smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had lowered her head and blushed. She laughed even more clearly. "Don't talk about it. She is blushing." She didn't know whether she was blushing because of anger or because she was really embarrassed. Du Jiai retracted her gaze coldly and began to discuss with Madame Li which necklace would suit the gown better. More than a dozen necklace boxes were opened and placed neatly on the dressing table. Every necklace was expensive, and one of them was the pink diamond necklace. Beautiful, resplendent, envious. How about a pink one? It looks good in pink and matches your white lace gown perfectly. Madame Li personally put on the pink diamond for her daughter. As she lowered her head, she smiled gently and said, "Your sweetheart will also be here tonight. Dress up well and let him be stunned by you." "You said Xianxia would come? Look at you. You are already stunned before he comes." Mrs. Li tidied her daughter's hair and instructed the makeup artist elegantly, "It doesn't have to be too thick. Just plain and light will do. She doesn't have to be too mature. She is still young." "Yes, madam." The makeup artist answered in fear, for fear that she would make Mrs. Li angry. Mrs. Li nodded with satisfaction and turned to Yi Ying. "Ying, go and change into the military uniform. I will take you out for a walk. There are guests at home. Li Yuan is entertaining the male guests. Help me talk to the female guests. They are all girls in their 20s. I can't keep up with their topics." Chapter 2135. Not only were they all girls in their 20s, but they were also Mrs. Li's daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who was wearing a military uniform, was led into a circle by Madame Li. She was not bad-looking, and she had learned piano and dance. She had an intellectual and gentle temperament. Moreover, she was led by Madame Li. Although the people in the circle did not know her identity, they were all polite to her because of Madame Li. Mrs. Li did not take Yi Ying with her all the time. After introducing her to the daughters of several friends in the circle, she went to do her own thing. Although Du Jiai's birthday party was held by her own family and only friends of both parties were invited, those who came were either rich or noble. They came with their children. In the evening, the hall of the villa under Li Yuan's name was very lively. It's good to be young. Look at them, they are all having fun. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. They are in a good era and have a place to play. In our era, who dared to play? They could be criticized. That's right. At that time, there was no fun or food. Mrs. Li was better. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and was a real daughter of a famous family. Come on, Mrs. Li, this toast is for you. A lady who was good at talking and usually played mahjong with Mrs. Li held a crystal goblet filled with red wine and took the lead to toast. With her as the beginning, the other ladies followed. When Du Jiai appeared, all the people in the room applauded. Then Yi Ying listened to the applause and looked at the crowd. When her legs touched the thick and white cloud carpet, she felt as if she were stepping on clouds. Every step she took was so weak that she could not find the feeling of being on the ground. The crystal lamp was so bright that it shone on Du Jiai's crystal crown. Yi Ying's eyes fell on the crown and her vision was a little blurred. Such a princess-like life, like the moon surrounded by stars, was the life she wanted. It was so beautiful that she wished she could have it now. Don't worry, don't worry. She has already walked out. As long as she coaxed Madame Li, this kind of life would definitely become her life. The young lady behind Yi is surnamed Yi, and her first name is Ying. After studying in France, she was specially recruited into the Beijing political group. Although she's young, she's very obedient and well-behaved. I really like her personality. Observing secretly in the afternoon, Madame Li found that Ying was very good at dealing with people and things. When she met two people who deliberately made things difficult for her, she calmly retorted with her own ability and helped everyone to save face. After observing for the whole afternoon, Madame Li felt more satisfied. Only then did she formally introduce Yi Ying to her friends. With her special introduction, Yi Ying's name gradually spread. Before the banquet ended, everyone knew that Madame Li liked a girl from the southern province named Yi Ying. Du Jiai was very happy at first, but gradually, as time passed, the haze in her eyes became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, she knew how to hide it, so no one could see the unhappiness in her heart. The person she had been longing for did not come, and she had even made preparations early. Yi Ying, who had a few new numbers added to her phone, was very happy. She did not steal Du Jiai's limelight and stayed by Madame Li's side obediently. Whenever Madame Li asked her a question, she answered generously and gently, which made Madame Li smile. Yi Ying, who was not by Yi Qian's side, was really good. At this moment, Madame Li did not know that she had lost face because of Yi Ying. Chapter 2136. Mrs. Li, who was more and more satisfied with Yi Ying, spent the entire night either with Du Jiai or with Ying to chat with her friends, Deputy Chief of Staff Du's friends. At the end of the banquet, Mrs. Li even asked Ying to send off the female soldiers from the capital government regiment. They were friends with Du Jiai, and because of Mrs. Li's introduction, they didn't dislike Yi Ying and didn't have much interest in interacting with her. Even so, Yi Ying was very happy. Yi Jifan was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He drank a little too much last night, and in the middle of the night he was furious because of the videotape. When he woke up and knocked on the door, he found out that his wife and daughter had sneaked out behind his back. Shocked and angry, he searched outside in thin clothes. At noon, he had a stuffy nose, fever, and cough. Why are you angry with Ying? As long as she can make it up to you, everything will be fine. Sun Dongqing, who received the call from the hospital, was so scared that she rushed over. She complained about her husband's unreasonable behavior. I hit and scolded her last night. Ying knows that she was wrong. She is our only daughter. Did you really beat her to death? I was very angry. At that time, I wanted to beat her to death as well. It was better than continuing to embarrass myself. But now, We have Mrs. Li and the Du family. As long as Mrs. Li likes her, what is there to be afraid of? As she spoke, Sun Dongqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "We must find that damned bastard who harmed our family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that we are easy to bully." Ying said that it was Yi Qian, that wretched girl. I thought about it and couldn't think of anyone else other than her. She must be jealous that Ying joined the army, so she came up with such a vicious method to harm Ying. After being brainwashed by Yi Ying, Sun Dongqing believed that all this was caused by Yi Qian. At this time, Yi Jifan was already disheartened. He didn't want to see this stupid woman in front of him, nor did he want to see Yi Ying, who wanted to climb up the social ladder but couldn't achieve anything. Yes, you and your daughter are smart. You are the smartest in the world. Everyone else is a fool. Well, now that your daughter has gone to the Du family to show off and make Madame Li happy, Sun Dongqing, hurry up and be happy, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have time to be happy. The sarcastic Yi Jifan closed his eyes and pointed at the door. You can get lost now. Don't let me see you again. Scram. Dad! Ying, who had been listening outside for a long time, pushed the door open and came in angrily. How can you say such terrible things? If Mom leaves, who will take care of you? Tomorrow morning, Li Yuan will accompany me to report. After reporting in the morning, I will go with the Beijing political group to perform for the military leaders at all levels in the afternoon. You always say that I will embarrass you, but when have I ever embarrassed you? Today, Madame Li introduced me to many madams of influential families, not just the wives of high-ranking generals in the army. I also made many new friends, including a few from the political group in the capital. Did I embarrass you? I'm giving you face. Long face? Yi Jifan, who always had a strong sense of crisis, felt a wave of despair in his heart when he heard this. It was over, it was over. Everything was really over now. As long as the videotape was sent to Madame Li, his career would be over. Scram. For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who had worked hard for nearly 20 years, let out a desperate and violent roar. He got up too forcefully and pulled out the 4-drip. As he waved his hand, blood and 4 drips splashed on Yi Ying's face, causing her to scream in horror. Chapter 2137. Sun Dongqing knew that her husband was really angry. Looking at his ferocious face, she was terrified. Usually, old Yi would just endure his anger. He cared about his image and would never do anything that would be unbecoming of an official. He had never been angry with his wife and daughter in public. Now he was roaring and ignoring his health. Sun Dongqing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Nothing would happen, right? Old Yi would never do anything that would harm the family. No matter how she quarreled with him, he would never say anything bad. Sun Dongqing, who was suddenly scared, comforted her husband for the first time. Old Yi, calm down. Don't be angry with a child. Ying knows that you are sick and hurried to see you. Just let it go for the sake of her filial piety. Don't you always say that the family is noisy? What are you talking about? Now Ying has won Mrs. Li's favor and Li Yuan sent her to the hospital. Doesn't it mean that Mrs. Li really wants Ying to marry into the Du family? As long as Ying marries into the Du family, what are you afraid of? It's not our family that is afraid, but the person who sent the videotape should be afraid. If he knew that Ying would marry into the Du family, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. He dares to go against the Du family. As his mother-in-law, how could Mrs. Li let him go? It was rare for Sun Dongqing to persuade her husband, but what she said was still not clear. The reason why she was so confident was that she was sure that Yi Ying would marry into the Du family. She was sure that Mrs. Li liked her daughter and would not let anyone bully her. But what she didn't expect was that Mrs. Li liked Yi Ying only because Yi Ying looked pure, well-behaved, and obedient. Later, she secretly investigated Yi Ying and asked Yi Jifan's colleagues and friends. She found out that Director Ye's daughter was indeed obedient, well-behaved, and didn't have any messy boyfriends. She also found out that Yi Ying went abroad to study at an elite school. Only then did she think more highly of Yi Ying. Mrs. Li's conditions for choosing a daughter-in-law were quite strict. The most important one was that her daughter must be pure and not tainted. Yi Jifan's position as an official, Yi Ying's obedience, and all other aspects combined made Madame Li see him in a different light. But once Yi Ying's true colors were exposed and her dissolute private life was exposed to Madame Li, how could Madame Li help Yi Ying just because she liked Yi Ying? She was not Yi Ying's mother. How could she forgive Yi Ying's deceit so easily like Sun Dongxing? Sun Dongxing thought that Mrs. Li liked Yi Ying as her daughter-in-law, but she didn't expect that Yi Ying. Sun Dongxing, who was immersed in Yi Ying's beautiful dream, only thought of beautiful things and completely ignored the consequences of deceiving Madame Li. Like mother, Yi was. He. Yi Jifan glared at Sun Dongxing with his bloodshot eyes. His wife was still daydreaming about the consequences of her actions. Divorce. Yi Jifan yelled at Sun Dongxing. Go back to the Nan province to file for divorce. Go back to the Nan province now. After shouting, only Yi Jifan's heavy breathing could be heard in the ward. Sun Dongxing and Yi Ying were shocked by Yi Jifan's words. Chapter 2138. This was the first time Yi Jifan had asked for a divorce, and it was under such circumstances. Yi Ying found it unbelievable. After a while, she screamed, "Dad, are you crazy? I'm about to marry into the Du family, and you're asking for a divorce at this time. What are you trying to do? You don't know how much Mrs. Li likes me. Today, she introduced me to some of her best friends and asked them to take care of me. She instructed Du Jiai's friends to take good care of me since they're all from the capital's political group. When I came to the hospital, Mrs. Li didn't even ask the driver to send me. She asked her son, Li Yuan, to send me. Dad, do you know what this means? It means that Mrs. Li told Li Yuan that I'm the daughter-in-law she wants. What kind of family is the Du family? I won't talk about the deputy chief of staff Du, and I won't talk about her eldest son either. You know, let me tell you, Mrs. Li's family used to be a warlord. Mrs. Li has an older brother, who is the leader of your province. She also has a younger brother, who is a great painter who can sell his paintings for 6 figures. Mrs. Li from such a powerful family likes me and wants me to be her daughter-in-law. This is the Yi family's ancestors' matter. You even want to divorce my mother. Fine, as long as you divorce my mother, I'll change my surname to Sun immediately. Sun Dongxing hadn't recovered from her husband's divorce, and her heart skipped a few beats when she was shocked by her daughter's words. What nonsense! Your dad said that out of anger. Divorce? Impossible. If she divorced old Yi, who would she rely on for the rest of her life? Find her daughter? Her daughter had to take care of her husband's family. She would never divorce old Yi. Yi Ying, who was trembling with anger, stubbornly raised her chin and screamed fearlessly, "What nonsense am I talking about? Is he still my father? Is there a father who can't bear to see me do well? No, he's not my father. Other fathers want their daughters to marry well and dress well, but what about him? He's afraid that I'll marry well. Is he my father? Is he my biological father?" Faced with the stubborn mother and daughter, Yi Jifan, who had been so angry that he roared before, calmed down. He had to calm down. Otherwise, he would be as unlucky as the mother and daughter. Sure, I don't want anything after the divorce. I'll give you all my assets. I only need to bring my household register and ID card. I don't want a single cent. I'll leave my wallet to you and your mother. You can change your surname. I'll ask my friend in charge of household registration to change your surname to Sunning. From now on, you can live with your mother and have nothing to do with me, Yi Jifan. I'm not your father and you're not my daughter. We're even now, and we don't owe each other anything. Before the worst happened, he had to draw a clear line between them. For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who was completely disappointed with his mother and daughter, began to disown his family. He was such a person, just as Yi Qian had said. Yi Ying was very stubborn. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "Fine, from now on, I'll be called Sunning. I have nothing to do with you." She turned to Sun Dongxing, who had no chance to interrupt, and deliberately said happily to annoy Yi Jifan, "Mom, he finally asked for a divorce. I'm very happy. From now on, you and I don't have to live with his attitude anymore. Mom, Li Yuan and I will take care of you from now on. You don't have a husband to take care of you. It's okay. Li Yuan and I will take care of you. He's just the director of the Provincial City Construction Bureau, so what? I'll ask Li Yuan to get you a higher position. Chapter 2139. Yi Jifan, who was trying to suppress his cough, did not feel any pain in his heart. He only felt that he was going to be liberated. He married Sun Dongqing and raised a daughter who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid that she refused to change. This was the biggest failure of his life. He had to divorce her quickly. After the divorce, he could still find a better and younger one. As long as the Du family did not make things difficult for him, he could think of a way for his career. He did not care about the person behind the jade pendant. It didn't matter if they came for Yi Jifan or Yi Ying, he didn't care. He had been an official for nearly 20 years and had never been greedy. He only owned shares in a few companies. Even if the disciplinary committee came to investigate, he was not afraid. Yi Jifan, who was calmly thinking of a way out, threw both mother and daughter out of his life. He did not care even if she was his own daughter. He raised an ingrate. What else did he care about? Sun Dongqing would never agree to a divorce. This was something that would embarrass her. How could she agree? This time, no matter what Ying said, she was not moved. Old Yi, you want a divorce? Over my dead body? Sun Dongqing crossed her arms and sat on the bed. Yi Ying is your daughter, and she is also my daughter. Divorce? Dream on. Sun Dongqing did not make a fuss. She only stared coldly at Yi Jifan. Don't even think about it. I am a member of the Yi family. I will be a ghost of the Yi family even if I die. Her refusal made Yi Ying anxious. She rushed over and pulled Sun Dongqing up. Let's go, Mom. Let's go. I won't beg him anymore. I won't beg him anymore. I will do my best for you. I won't let you down. I will definitely let you live a good life. He doesn't even acknowledge me. Why should I acknowledge him? Mom, go back to the southern province and divorce him. Divorce him. The beating last night was a new contrast to the luxurious life she enjoyed at the Du family. Yi Ying hated Yi Jifan even more. She could not wait to cut off their father-daughter relationship. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. You want a divorce? No way. Sun Dongqing, who had been provoked once again by Yi Ying, suddenly exploded. She yelled at Yifan, Yifan, if you dare to divorce me, I'll go to your office and make a scene. Make a ruckus until you can't be the bureau chief anymore. How dare you threaten me? Yi Jifan turned his head and glared fiercely at Sun Dongqing. If you dare to make trouble for me and make me unable to be the director, I'll make sure your daughter can't even enter the army. Holding Yi Ying's letter of enlistment and the videotape, Yi Jifan was even more ruthless. I can tear up the letter of enlistment and send the videotape directly to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Sun Dongqing, you dare to threaten me? Let's see who can outplay who. Only Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing could have turned against each other to this extent. Yi Ying was frightened. She hugged Sun Dongqing's arm and cried, Mom, please, please divorce him. I'm your daughter. For me, please divorce him quickly. I have to report at 12 tomorrow. Go back to the southern province now and finish the paperwork by tomorrow morning. Please, I'm begging you. Sun Dongqing's lifeline was Yi Ying. She hoped that Yi Ying could succeed. The last thing she wanted was for Yi Ying's future to be blocked. She never thought that her husband would threaten her with Yi Ying's future just to force her to divorce him. Sun Dongqing, who could not accept this, screamed and threw herself at Yi Jifan. How dare you force me, Yi Jifan? You bastard! How dare you force me? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Chapter 2140. Yi Ying, who was caught off guard, was pushed to the ground. Seeing the chaos, she didn't try to stop them. Instead, she stared at the videotape in Yi Jifan's hand and her notice of enlistment. She wanted to grab it. Although Yi Jifan was sick, he was not so sick that Sun Dongqing could pounce on him. His face turned pale and he shouted angrily, Did I force you? Did I fucking force you? It's you and your daughter who want to kill me. Marry into the Du family? She was the daughter-in-law of a powerful family. How dare they think about it after such a big scandal? Did they think that Mrs. Li was blind? Did they think that she was easy to talk to and would forgive Yi Ying easily? Yi Jifan didn't say this sentence again. It was useless to say it. She might not divorce him. At night, all the wards were quiet. The noise of the family of 3 had already attracted complaints from patients in other wards. Just as Ying was about to snatch the letter of enlistment back, the nurse pushed the door open and entered with several security guards. What are you doing? Do you think the hospital is a market? If you want to quarrel, do it outside. The security guards rushed in and quickly separated Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing. Yi Jifan covered the back of his hand, coughed and gasped. My ex-wife brought her daughter here to make a scene. Please help me ask them to leave. Also, my heart is beating fast and my head hurts. My blood pressure may be unstable. Please check it for me. Thank you. She had become his ex-wife without a divorce? Sun Dongqing was so angry that she pointed at Yi Jifan's nose and shouted, Yi Jifan, you bastard! When did I become your ex-wife? Threatening your daughter? I'll fight with you, I'll fight with you. Seeing the security guards and nurses come in, Ying felt a little guilty. She was afraid that it would become a joke and reach Mrs. Li's ears. Mom, let's go first. She got up and tried to support Sun Dongqing, who seemed to have gone crazy, and kept persuading her, he won't care about us anymore. I told you he won't care about us anymore. Get divorced, get divorced. One day, she would make him regret driving his daughter out. Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she gritted her teeth. She didn't believe that she couldn't accomplish anything without him. With Madame Li's appreciation, as long as she could marry into the Du family, she would make everyone who looked down on her regret. Sun Dongqing did not want to leave, no matter how much Yi Ying persuaded her. Seeing that there were so many security guards, she acted like a shrew and rolled on the ground. What the heartless man! I've been with him for so long, and in the end, he still wants a divorce. The more she acted like this, the more Yi Jifan hated her. He tried his best to get Ying into the army, tried his best to let the family live a good life, but what happened in the end? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the mother and daughter's stupidity. They were biting off more than they could chew. If he didn't want to be dragged down, the only way out was to divorce. Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything else. He just pressed on his chest and took deep breaths. He looked like he was having a heart attack. When the nurse saw this, she immediately asked the security guards to take them out. The patient was the most important. It was useless for Sun Dongqing to make a big fuss. The more she disturbed the silence of the ward, the angrier he would be. Yi Ying didn't want to be taken away by the security guards. She glared at Yi Jifan angrily. Seeing his back to her, Ying was so angry that her masseter was trembling. She scolded the security guards, I'll go by myself. Get out of my way. When Sun Dongqing saw the security guards coming to drag her away, she screamed, Hit me. Hit me. The security guards are hitting me. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. The security guards responded quickly, Okay, it's good that you call the police. Go to the police station and spend the night there. Ask someone to bail you out tomorrow. Chapter 2141. Yi Ying heard that she had called the police and needed someone to bail her out. How could she go to the police station with her current status? Her face turned pale as she growled at Sun Dongqing, Mom, are you trying to help me or hurt me? If we go to the police station, who's going to bail us out? Shut up. Sun Dongqing didn't want to go to the police station. She was so angry that she had no choice but to turn her head and stare at Yi Jifan viciously. Yi Jifan, don't even think about getting a divorce. I'll exhaust you to death even if I have to. Yi Jifan didn't answer. He only raised the enlistment notice and videotape in his hand. Sun Dongqing left with Yi Ying angrily. In the ward, the nurse pressed the bell to ask the doctor on duty to check on the patient. Sun Dongqing walked out of the ward and said viciously, It's best if you die of illness. The security guard who was escorting her away couldn't help but frown. Whoever got involved with such a vicious bitch would be unlucky. The mother and daughter who were invited out of the hospital did not leave immediately. Sun Dongqing wanted to leave, but Yi Ying held her back. Mom, I must get my enlistment notice back. It's related to my military service. The report can't go without it. The videotape is not a big problem. Dad doesn't dare to really bring it to Mrs. Li. The most important thing now is to get the enlistment notice back. We must get our hands on it. Let's get a divorce, Mom. Dad is already like this. What's the point of dragging it out? Didn't he just say that as long as you agree, he can give up everything? Mom, please think about divorcing him for me. Sun Dongqing was determined not to accept the divorce. Yingying, I can promise you anything else, but not this. If you get a divorce, where will I put my face? There has never been a divorced couple in Shuku village. Do you want me to go back to the village and drown in the saliva of those gossipy women? Why do you want to go back to the village after the divorce? What's so good about that lousy village? You can live in the provincial capital, in Anyang. After the divorce, the house will all be yours. Also, as long as I marry into the Du family, you don't have to worry about anything. You see, I'm now a military performer. I'll report tomorrow morning and perform with the veterans in the regiment in the afternoon. Madame Li specially told her acquaintances in the regiment about this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm only joining the army tomorrow, Mrs. Li would have asked the group to arrange for me to perform with them. Look, Madame Li treats me so well. Are you still afraid that you won't have a good life after the divorce? Every time Ying thought of the enlistment notice and the videotape, her heart would burn with anxiety. She kept trying to persuade Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing still wouldn't nod her head. After talking for nearly an hour, Ying finally knelt down with a plop. Mom, you must help me. I beg you. You must help me. I don't want to lose everything. I don't want to lose to Yi Qian. I don't want to be suppressed by Yi Qian for the rest of my life. Daughter, I beg you, I beg you. She was just short of kowtowing. Yi Zhifan also didn't want to delay any longer. After the nurse and doctor left, he took out his phone and called Sun Dongqing. Have you thought about it? If you don't give me a reply, I'll tear up the enlistment notice and call the deputy chief of staff due to ask the guards to come and take the videotape away. I'd like to see if your precious daughter can still join the army. You'd better agree to my divorce before I want to drive you to the brink of death. Yi Ying begged bitterly and Yi Zhifan pressured her step by step. Sun Dongqing finally agreed to the divorce. Chapter 2142. At the same time, she also stated her own request. Return to the southern province now and transfer all the assets to me first. Then we'll go through the divorce procedures. Yi Zhifan, who had no feelings for Sun Dongqing, nodded without hesitation. These assets were not considered assets. After the divorce procedures are done, I'll immediately tell Yi Ying where the enlistment notice and videotape are. I guarantee that she can enlist before 12 o'clock tomorrow. It won't affect her performance in the afternoon. When it came to negotiations, Sun Dongqing and her daughter were no match for Yi Zhifan. Soon, both parties agreed verbally. Yi Zhifan handed the enlistment notice and videotape to a nurse in the hospital and gave the nurse a few hundred yuan for storage. He booked the plane tickets overnight and flew back to the southern province with Sun Dongqing. What? Director Yi just finished the divorce procedures with his wife? Xia Yiwei, who was nursing her pregnancy at home, was so shocked that she sat up from the sofa. Ho Zi, who was peeling an apple, was so shocked that her expression changed. She threw the apple and knife aside and quickly supported Xia Yiwei. Why are you so shocked when they're divorced? Lie down. An elderly pregnant woman with signs of miscarriage scared Ho Zi. She was so scared that she did not even go to the office. She was afraid that something would happen to the mother and child. Xia Yiwei then remembered that she was pregnant. She quickly lay down on the sofa and calmed herself down before asking, "What happened? Why did they suddenly get divorced?" "I don't know. I only found out when I saw the divorce certificate in the drawer. It was done this morning. There was no news at all." The secretary on the phone whispered. He was also confused about this. The director was in a good mood before he went to the capital 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly fall out with the director's wife? He returned to the southern province at 1 o'clock in the morning last night. He asked me to go to the office to send the household register to his house. There was no warning today and they suddenly got divorced. Did something happen in the capital? The bureau doesn't know yet. I'm probably the only one who knows. Everything was fine. Why did they suddenly get divorced? Secretary Xia, why don't I ask around? What happened in the capital? Xia Yiwei thought about it and smiled. Forget it. Divorce is not a big deal. You don't have to ask around. Just pretend that you don't know. The sudden divorce probably had something to do with the video that Xiaoyi sent out. She had to tell Sixth brother about it. Sixth's mood had been at its lowest since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, he was also guarded by 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person, to the point where he couldn't escape even if he had wings. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with her heart already in Yiqian, did not have much interest in listening to the conversation. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. It's true that the divorce won't affect him much, but he went to the capital and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in the capital. I suspect that it has something to do with the video that Xiaoyi sent. This sentence piqued Xia Jinyuan's interest. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up did not hear the other words clearly, but they heard the words, "keep an eye on him," very clearly. Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" Chapter 2143. Xia Jinyuan had been in a bad mood since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and was guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan were guarding him. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. In order to prevent him from leaving the hospital and running to Nan province, the 6 of them guarded him until he couldn't escape. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with his heart already in Yiqian, lost interest in listening. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. The divorce won't affect him much, but he went to Beijing and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in Beijing. I suspect it has something to do with the videotape Xiaoyi sent. Xia Jinyuan's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him." The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up didn't hear much except for the words, "keep an eye on him." Han Zheng asked, "Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him?" "It's not a person. It's a private matter. I have to keep an eye on Yi Qian to prevent him from being snatched away." Xia Jinyuan put down his phone and looked at his comrades who were brazenly playing Level Up in front of him. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing an elegant smile. "Why don't you play with a little money? If you don't play big, a few yuan per round is fine." Li Jinyan, who had played a card, coldly exposed his comrade's plan. "You want us to go back to the military headquarters to drink cold water and sit in a dark room, right? No matter how big the game was, gambling was prohibited in the military." "Captain, you're so evil. I almost fell for it," Han Zheng said as he held down the K7 card with one hand. Wait, I still have a pair of spades." "My 2 of spades is the biggest. Are you kidding me? We agreed not to remember the cards." "Do I even need to remember the cards? I remember it with one look. Do I need to remember the cards? Remember at a glance? Isn't that just memorizing the cards?" Han Zheng and V8 laughed and reprimanded each other. Although it was a little boring to watch over the disobedient wounded, it was still okay to play cards. They had been fighting since yesterday and took turns to rest at night. They had been fighting since the morning and it was almost time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of comrades he could not defeat alone. He pressed his slender fingers against his forehead and then asked Han Zheng, "Help me find out something urgent." He wanted Han Zheng to find out if Yi Jifan had any conflicts with the Du family since he came to Beijing. Du family? How are you related to the Du family? The Du family celebrated Du Jiai's birthday last night and held a small birthday party. The people who attended were all acquaintances and friends of the Du family. One of my friends and his sister also went. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask. Han Zheng had a lot of good-for-nothing friends. If he had anything to ask, he could definitely find out everything. He picked up his phone and was about to go outside to make a call. As he walked out, he said, "Hello," to his friend. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure walking toward him. She saw him in advance and smiled faintly. "Are you going out to work?" "Damn, I'm not busy. Help me find out if anything big happened at Du Jiai's birthday party last night. I have to go now, something urgent came up. Goodbye. She finished her sentence in 3 seconds. Then she smiled widely at Yi Qian. I'm not busy, I'm not busy. Didn't I know you were coming, so I specially came to pick you up? Chapter 2144. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. With Yi Qian's arrival, they finally didn't have to keep an eye on the troublesome old six. If he wasn't injured, Demon King Li would probably be the only one who could guard one room. Han Zheng, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned around and pushed the door open. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. He made a gentlemanly gesture and said, My humble abode is simple, and there's a disobedient fellow here. Please bear with her. Everyone in the ward looked up at Han Zheng. Because he spoke politely, they all thought that a leader had come to visit. The 3 people at the card table quickly hid their cards and stood up to wait for the leader to come in. The leader came in quickly. The person that he had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in the ward. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, chased them away. You can leave now. Go away and don't come back. Yi Qian came in wearing her military uniform. She saluted her comrades in the ward who were all higher ranked than her and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard the ward. I have something to do with the leader at 2 in the afternoon, so I can only stay for an hour. Since he could only stay for an hour during the day, he would definitely have time at night. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself. After asking all his comrades to leave, he quickly locked the door, turned around, and took large strides to hug the girl he had been thinking about. I missed you very much, little fox. He kissed her forehead eagerly. His kisses spread from her forehead all the way to Yi Qian's delicate lips. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to speak. Xia Jinyuan, who missed her so much that his heart couldn't help but tremble whenever he thought of her name, occupied his territory. His large hands tightly held her waist and pulled her fiercely into his embrace. This was a deep kiss that erupted purely out of longing. The scorching hot breath that was filled with longing wrapped around her tightly, making her world only have his existence. Yi Qian, who had always been slow to react to intimacy, was momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss. With the nimble possession of his tongue and the invasion of his refreshing breath, Yi Qian's passion was instantly ignited. She missed him very, very much, just like how he missed her very, very much. The affectionate kiss was so gentle that it made her heart sink. Their inseparable entanglement made her tiptoe uncontrollably, responding to his deep affection and longing. I missed you very much, Captain Xia. I missed you very much. She responded passionately and tried her best to tiptoe to respond to his longing. She used her actions to tell him how much she missed him too. After a long while, Xia Jinyuan ended the deep kiss. They could smell each other's breath between their breaths. His handsome nose touched the tip of her pretty nose. He looked at her deeply and their breaths were intertwined. Sorry for making you worry. After looking at her for a long time, Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head with his big hand and let her bury her head in his chest. He didn't dare to look at her. He was afraid that he would see tears that would make him sad. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry to have frightened you. He couldn't say he was sorry directly. This was the responsibility of a soldier. He couldn't say he was sorry. This was something she had to get used to and accept as a soldier. All of the apologies, all of the guilt, could only be repeated over and over again in his heart. Chapter 2145. Yi Qian didn't dare to hug his injured waist. She clutched his hospital gown tightly and took a deep breath before answering softly, I was very scared when I left, but everyone told me that I had no other choice but to believe that you would return safely. I was very scared, but I always believed that you would come back safely. She understood him. She knew how he felt when he hugged her so tightly. She knew that he felt guilty and wanted to apologize to her, but she also understood why he couldn't say, I'm sorry. She knew and she understood. Her gentle answer made Xia Jinyuan, who had never shed tears even when he was injured, suddenly feel warmth in his eyes. Under the light, tears glistened in his deep and bright eyes. He was so lucky to have met a lover who understood him and how lucky he was to have met her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're still waiting for me. How can I let anything happen to me? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll be fine. For you, for myself, for my comrades, and for the country I'm loyal to, how can I let anything happen to me? He stroked the top of her head with his large hand and comforted her. It'll be fine. Don't worry, little fox. You're looking forward to my return. How can I bear to destroy your hope? I said before that I'll grow old with you. This is a promise I made to you. I can't go back on my words. How could he bear to let the person who loved him be sad? How could he bear to let her live alone in the future? It was so difficult to open her heart. Once he left, there would be no room for another man in her world. He couldn't bear to let her be sad, he couldn't bear to let her be lonely, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone. There were so many things he couldn't bear to part with. How could he let himself leave her? Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head tightly and slowly closed his eyes. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on the top of her head. I love you, Yiqian. I'll love you with my life, until the end of my life. He would love her so deeply, loving this lover who made his heart ache and made him pity her. From the prime of his life to the twilight of his life, from a head full of black hair to a head full of white hair, until he stopped breathing, he could stop loving her. Yiqian, whose eyes were moist, bit down hard on his lower lip, forcing back the sobs that were about to come out. Remember my words, little fox. I will try my best to come back and see you. Please, you must persevere and wait for me to come back. When I leave you to carry out a mission, you just have to wait for me to come back. You can't let me affect you, especially when you're on a mission. You can't let me affect you. You have to do the same. You have to work hard for me and come back alive. You can't let me down or make me sad. You have to come back alive even if your uniform is stained with blood. Do you understand? Yiqian, who had stopped crying, nodded. She knew everything. She knew everything. I know. You've told me this before. I've always remembered it. Yiqian closed her eyes and sniffed the familiar scent on his body. It was so peaceful. To be able to come back alive, even if he was injured, it didn't matter. At this moment, Yiqian understood why it was said that injuries on the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces represented a new life. It turned out that coming back alive with injuries represented a new life. Chapter 2146. Xia Jinyuan had always known that Yiqian was very obedient to him. She would remember every single word that he said. Every time he heard her say that she remembered his words, his heart would always soften and melt into water. You're so obedient, my baby. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Suddenly, he bent down and picked her up while Yiqian was unprepared. He smiled and said, Don't move. I can't use my strength as I please. If you move, you might slip from my hands. Yiqian didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she struggled, she would reopen his wound. She gripped his clothes tightly with both hands and looked at him with displeasure. I won't move. Aren't you afraid that your wound will reopen if you bend down and pick me up? No wonder the commander-in-chief said you were a bastard and even sent so many people to guard you. They really did protect me this time. Xia Jinyuan smiled. The person he missed had already arrived, so it didn't matter if he guarded her or not. He carried her to the bed and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips that were red from his kisses. He said softly, You only have an hour. Come to the bed with me. How could Yiqian refuse? He was injured and it was best for him to rest in bed. Yiqian didn't dare to lie in his arms. She only dared to rest her head on his shoulder and hold his arm with both hands as she listened to him talk about the danger he encountered. I was interrogated when I returned, but fortunately, I wasn't the main person in charge. I was fine after being whipped a few times. They were all minor injuries. My skin wasn't even broken. The two of them lay on the bed that was not spacious and whispered about those thrilling things. No matter how thrilling it was, after Xia Jinyuan's narration, it was not thrilling anymore. They just skimmed over it casually. After my mission was completed, I decided to add another mission at the last minute when they were exchanging fire. I triggered a hidden alarm and was hit by shrapnel. That's why I was injured. There wasn't much of a problem. I checked it out and was discharged after 3 days of anti-inflammatory injections. He said it with a faint smile. The bloody gunfight turned into a child's fight. Yi Jian, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but get up a little. She then looked down at the man lying flat on the bed. Her fingers gently caressed his slightly thin, handsome face. She didn't say too much because they both understood each other. They wore the same military uniform and carried out the same dangerous mission. They really understood each other. She originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but now she really couldn't bear to. It was normal that he didn't recognize her when he was on the mission. He was injured. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile at her gentle touch. He closed his eyes and felt her affectionate gaze. She used her fingers to trace his face. From his eyebrows to his eyes, to the tip of his nose, all the way to his lips. Her fingers gently caressed his face, then she used her delicate lips to kiss him. She kissed his forehead, his eyes, the tip of his nose, and finally stopped at his lips. She used the tip of her soft tongue to gently lick his lips, then nimbly entered and danced with the tip of his tongue. "Little fox," he called out softly. He reached out and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. "I'm not that weak. I just need to avoid the wound." Yi Qian kissed his thin lips, then kissed his handsome chin. "Lie down properly. I want to see your wound." "What's there to see? I'll bandage it. You won't be able to see it even if you want to." The wound that had been stitched up again. To be honest, it was a little hideous. He really didn't dare to let her see, for he was afraid that her heart would ache. Chapter 2147. Gently biting his chin with her teeth, Yi Jian, whose voice was as soft as water, snorted, "You didn't recognize me, and I didn't care. Now, I just want to see your injuries. Are you not happy?" Happy. 100%. Thinking about how he was less than 3 meters away from her on the island and how he didn't realize it was her, Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to go against Yi Qian's words. He spread his long arms and legs and spread his tall and straight body. "Come on, let's examine it properly." He looked like he was saying, "Please pick more." Yi Qian gently pinched his arm muscles and started to be naughty again. The somewhat heavy atmosphere was eased by his nonchalant body movements and facial expression. Yi Jian, who was hiding the worry in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle and tease, "You look very easy to bully now. Can you bear to bully me? Can you bear to bully me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled elegantly. "But I don't mind if you bully me. How can I not bear to bully you? How can I not bear to bully you? You've already brought it up yourself, so how can I refuse?" Compared to the past, Yi Qian was becoming more and more talkative with Xia Jinyuan. She pinched his arm again with her slender and fair fingers. "Lie down properly and put your hands down. Do you want the stitches to be pulled apart?" He had copper skin and iron bones. She couldn't pinch him without using some force. The so-called bullying was nothing more than loud thunder but small raindrops. She pinched the same spot twice in a row. Seeing his cynical handsome face contorted in pain, Yi Jian stopped before going too far. Xia Jinyuan saw this and chuckled sexily. His little fox couldn't even bear to bully him. Yi Qian carefully lifted the patient's gown and saw a corner of the white gauze. He held his breath. He did not see the wound, only the gauze. His heart ached faintly. His fingers gently caressed the edge of the gauze, and his voice was tense as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, it's a bullet wound, so it's easier to disinfect and treat it. There's no deep purplish bruise on the lumbar muscles. Fortunately, the muscles weren't cut off. Captain Xia, I don't know how many injuries you have. Did you deal with them yourself first?" "Of course you'll deal with it yourself. With your temper, you won't go to the hospital if you can avoid it. Even if you go to the hospital, you won't be content and will do everything possible to get discharged. Move to the side a little. Let me look behind you. The shrapnel came in from the front and went out from the back of your waist. You're lucky that the shrapnel didn't stay in your body. When you hugged me just now, you used a lot of strength on your waist. I don't think you pulled the thread open. Otherwise, there would be blood seeping out of the gauze." Without expecting Xia Jinyuan to answer, Yi Qian answered his own question. Both his front and back were wrapped in sterile gauze. Even if he was lying flat, he had to turn his body slightly to avoid pressing on the wound. Through the gauze, he could smell the anti-inflammatory medicine and the faint smell of blood from the wound. Yiqian sighed softly as he looked at the gauze. He slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Yiqian kissed the gauze gently and tenderly. The kiss was too light, and there was a gauze between them. Logically speaking, one should not feel anything. However, Xia Jinyuan felt it. Under the trembling kiss, the muscles at the edge of the wound twitched and trembled. The trembling sensation suddenly rushed up and into his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 2148. She was talking to herself, but she didn't want him to know how much she cared for him and how worried she was about him. Xia Jinyuan, who felt as if something was stuck in his throat, looked deeply at his lover. His voice was hoarse as he said softly, "I'll let you see when the gauze is removed. Don't look now. Be good. Put down your clothes and sleep next to me. I want to look at you." Yiqian gently put down her clothes and went back to sleep next to him. Both of them were lying on their sides, looking at each other. Their eyes were on each other, and they couldn't get enough of looking at each other. Neither of us can guarantee that we won't get hurt in the future. We can only try our best to minimize the degree of injury. Therefore, little fox, you must be diligent in your training and not stagnate. You must improve year after year, month after month. Don't be sad. It's normal. Just like when you got injured last time, although my heart ached, I chose to face it. If there's no guarantee, I can only face it. He could always educate her, remind her, and teach her at any time. The military was a thorny road, but because of him, the road was the most beautiful scenery. She couldn't help but gently touch his handsome features that couldn't hide his noble temperament. Yiqian gently rubbed the tip of her nose against his. She gazed at the man who was like a pine tree on a cliff. She gently kissed his thin lips and said something that surprised Xia Jinyuan. "I like kissing you." With this sentence, Yiqian's lips almost broke. Fortunately, Han Zheng knocked on the door in time, interrupting the deep kiss. "I'm sorry, I really have to disturb the two of you for a while. I've been standing outside for more than 10 minutes, and the two of you can't stop kissing. It's a little urgent, so I had to disturb you." Han Zheng knew the relationship between the two of them, and he was deeply sorry for interrupting their intimacy. However, he had no choice. He really had something important to say. Under Xia Jinyuan's knife-like gaze, Han Zheng, who felt that his body had been shot into a lotus pod, was under immense psychological pressure. He quickly told Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard. Yi Ying attended Du Jiai's birthday party last night. Mrs. Li introduced Yi Ying to her friends and even jokingly told her friends in the capital political group that she would take care of Yi Ying. Mrs. Li's son, Li Yuan, accompanied her. Yi Zhifan, who was supposed to accompany them, didn't go. At around 10 at night, he took a flight back to southern province. Then, this morning, Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan suddenly divorced. Well, this is what I heard. In short, Mrs. Li is very satisfied with Yi Ying. Then, those who attended the banquet, including my friend and his sister, all think that Mrs. Li probably wants Li Yuan to marry Yi Ying. That's all. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After telling Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard, Han Zheng didn't waste a second. He sensibly got up and left quickly, not giving Xia Jinyuan a chance to shoot daggers at him. Interrupting their deep kiss had already made him suffer 5 minutes of knife-throwing. If he didn't stay any longer, he was afraid that old Six Fist would hit his face. Yiqian couldn't help but squint as he listened to this rather complicated and bizarre story. It sounded bizarre and unbelievable, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood. She looked helplessly at Han Zheng, who was running away. She pursed her lips and said to Xia Jinyuan, "You were the one who asked him to find out, and now you're blaming him. Captain Xia, aren't you afraid that Han Zheng will cut ties with you?" Chapter 2149. We've been breaking up with each other since we were kids. We've broken up countless times, but we've never succeeded. Xia Jinyuan, who was counting the time in his head, half-hugged Yiqian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. He rested his chin on her shoulder and stole a kiss on her earlobe before getting down to business. Sun Dongqing must have rushed to Beijing last night because of the videotape. Yiqian sneered and said calmly, "I'm 100% sure that she brought the videotape into Beijing." Sun Dongqing is a very old-fashioned person. When she saw the videotape, she would most likely beat Yi Ying up. Wearing a military uniform to attend Du Jiai's party, it seems like Yi Ying was badly beaten up. She had to wear a military uniform to cover up her injuries. Otherwise, with her love for beauty, she would have worn a little dress to appear in front of everyone. Yi Qian, who knew Sun Dongqing well, was not there, but he could guess a little of what happened. This was the meaning of the saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Xia Jinyuan liked this side of Yi Qian very much. She was very smart and quick-witted. She could find the right direction with just a few clues. This side of Yi Qian made him fall in love with her. Yi Qian patted the hand that kept stroking her waist and felt itchy. She continued her analysis without being interrupted. Yi Jifan did not accompany Yi Ying to the Du family's house during the day. I'm afraid he didn't want Yi Ying to go either. In the end, Yi Ying went. Yi Jifan was afraid that Mrs. Li would find out about the videotape. He didn't want to implicate himself, so for the sake of his career, he proposed a divorce that night. The process was definitely not good. Sun Dongqing would not accept the divorce, but Yi Ying had already won Mrs. Li's favor. She even went out with her son. She thought that she could marry into the Du family smoothly. Li Yuan. In her previous life, she only knew that Yi Ying's husband's surname was Du, and her mother-in-law's surname was Li. She didn't know that her husband in her previous life took Mrs. Li's surname. Xia Jinyuan kissed Yi Qian's earlobe again and said with a smile, "Go on. It's not Detective Holmes. It's only because I know Yi Jifan well." Yi Qian, who had been kissed by him several times, smiled slyly. He turned his head and bit his ear in revenge. When he heard him suck in a breath of cold air, his dark eyes smiled as if he had succeeded. I sent the video to Mrs. Li for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. Second, I wanted to scare Yi Jifan. But I didn't expect that he would be so afraid that he would divorce Sun Dongqing. Sure enough, a person who didn't recognize his own family was heartless. For the sake of his career, he could forsake his wife and daughter. But he is indeed the Yi Jifan that I know. Yi Jifan did not want a wife or a daughter. He only wanted an official position because he could have more wives and daughters, especially since they were often a burden to him. For the sake of an official position, Yi Jifan would definitely abandon them even faster and more ruthlessly. It was rare for a man to be so heartless. But Yi Ying was arrogant enough to think that she could marry into the Du family. She was conceited enough and stupid enough. Was Yi Ying that stupid in her previous life? But in this life, she was able to coax Mrs. Li to introduce her to friends everywhere. It was obvious that she wasn't that stupid. So, was she stupid? Or was she not stupid? After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian couldn't help but wonder. Knowing that Yi Qian wouldn't be leaving until Sunday, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to go back to the southern province anymore. He asked Yi Qian about the package number to Mrs. Li and began to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to make it bigger, faster, and more lively. He didn't do anything. After checking the package's location, he told the delivery man to deliver it to Mrs. Li today. Chapter 2150. At this time, Xia Jinyuan only wanted to add some firewood to the fire, but he didn't expect things to be so lively in the end that it exceeded his expectations. At 2 o'clock sharp, Yi Qian followed the military academy leaders and military leaders into the grand performance hall amidst the applause of the soldiers. The person next to her was none other than Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was talking to her. After the performance, leave later. Come with me to the hospital to visit Old 6. In order to let Yi Qian hear what he was saying amidst the applause, Commander-in-Chief Xia lowered his head slightly. In the eyes of the soldiers, it was the leader showing concern for the soldiers. However, in the eyes of Yi Ying, who was clapping behind them, it was a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in fear and her applause was even slower by half a beat. Fortunately, her applause was soft and the applause from the audience fell in unison. Her sudden clapping did not cause a commotion. Even so, it still made the class leader, who was taking care of her, break out in cold sweat. Yi Ying, what are you doing? The class leader reprimanded softly, you have to follow the rhythm when clapping. Didn't I teach you before? A recruit who joined the military less than 2 hours ago came out to watch the performance with them without even making her bed properly. She didn't know what the leader planned for her. Even taking care of a recruit shouldn't be like this. Yi Ying, who was frightened, tried to control the fear in her heart. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her knees. Her fingers dug into her knees as she asked her class leader in a trembling voice, "Class leader, the leader in front of us, who is he? He seems to be in a very high position." She had seen him before. She saw him at old Jen's funeral. The class leader was afraid that she would speak again, so she immediately whispered, "Commander-in-Chief Xia, military leader, remember this." Military leader? Ying felt her vision darken. Yi Jian, that wretched girl, actually knew the head of the military, Commander-in-Chief Xia, a long time ago. How did she know him? How did she know him? Why could she still accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia? What right did she have? Don't talk. If the platoon leader sees me going back with you, I'll be punished. The class leader saw that there was something wrong with her expression. He thought it was the first time she was scared to see the chief, so he comforted her. Don't worry, the chief isn't someone you can see whenever you want. You're lucky to be able to see the chief as soon as you join the army. But, there's still a military academy student beside the chief. Yi Ying, who was so scared that her heart was trembling, stuttered. She swallowed hard and asked, "Why can a military academy student accompany the chief out?" The class leader didn't really want to answer, but fortunately, everything was still going on, so she quickly said, "She must be very outstanding in school." The leader received her. "All right, if you have any questions, you can ask me later." Was it because of her outstanding performance in school that the chief wanted to meet her? Definitely not. How could she not know how capable that bitch Yi Jian was? She did have the ability to fool ordinary people, but in the elite troops, her ability to fool ordinary people was not enough. How could she possibly be received by the head of the military? There must be a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Ying, who couldn't accept this, madly guessed. Her guesses were all about slandering Yi Qian in an attempt to calm herself down. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yi Qian accompanied the military leader to the performance. Right. She could find Du Jiai and let Du Jiai deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 2151. Where do I find her? Damn it. Where do I find Du Jiai? She must find Du Jiai and tell her that her cousin who cheated on the college entrance exam was Yi Qian who accompanied Commander-in-Chief Xia. She also needs to tell the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian's cheating and kick her out of the military academy so that she will never have the chance to accompany the chief of the military. Yi Ying, sit properly, sit properly. The class leader noticed that the recruits were leaning forward, making them sit in a straight line in a very obvious arc. She immediately shouted and reminded her sternly. Yi Ying couldn't control her emotions. Whenever she thought about how Yi Qian was summoned by the chief of the military, she couldn't control her emotions. Her ears clearly heard the class leader's voice, but not only did she not retract her body, she sat up straight and even wanted to stand up. But this scared the class leader to the point that her heart kept thumping. The class leader had no choice but to grab Yi Ying's arm. "Yi Ying, go back with me to receive your punishment in front of the commander." Yi Ying, who was completely immersed in her imagination, was grabbed by the class leader. Following another round of applause, Yi Ying suddenly woke up. "I forgot where I am." Yi Ying's heart sank, but she didn't dare to turn her head to talk to the class leader. She struggled slightly and signaled the class leader to let go. "I'm sorry, class leader. This is the first time I've seen so many chiefs, so I'm very nervous and scared." Yi Ying explained in a low voice, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian who was sitting with the leader in front of her. Her gaze was like a venomous snake, full of ruthlessness and malice. The class leader saw that she finally sat up straight and clapped her hands with the rhythm, so she was slightly relieved. But with the lesson learned from the previous incident, the class leader's gaze would sweep over Yi Ying from time to time to prevent any accidents from happening again. Yi Ying, who woke up with a start, didn't lose her composure again because she was already comforted by her own imagination. She was certain that the reason Yi Qian was summoned by Commander-in-Chief Xia was because of Uncle General. "Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll show you later." She planned to bring Du Jiai to look for Yi Qian after the meeting so that Du Jiai could get a good look at him and wait for the deputy chief of staff Du to reveal Yi Qian's hypocrisy. With that thought in mind, Yi Ying's imbalanced mentality was satisfied. She was even thinking about how terrible Yi Qian's fate would be later. He would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't dare to meet anyone. When the deputy chief of staff Du appeared, he would definitely be so scared that he would cry bitterly and regret what he had done. She might even come to beg her to put in a good word for her in front of the deputy chief of staff Du and plead for her. Did he want her to put in a good word and plead for him? In your dreams, Yi Qian, I will definitely make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done to me. Yi Ying, who was deeply immersed in her imagination, almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she knew where she was right now. Even if she wanted to laugh, she had to control herself. She bit her tongue and swallowed her laughter back into her stomach. Through her imagination, Ying obtained unprecedented happiness in her heart, but Du Jiai wasn't as happy. No wonder she couldn't find Yi Qian in the system. He was actually a military academy student. She couldn't find him even after searching for so long. She even thought that she had been scared silly and misheard his name. A military academy student who didn't properly stay in school to learn, but actually followed a group of male soldiers to the depths of the snowy mountains and tried to show off. Yi Qian, do you have nothing better to do? Chapter 2152. Du Jiai, who had a ribbon wrapped around her finger, stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who came in with Commander-in-Chief Xia and spoke as he took his seat. A cold glint flashed across her watery eyes. No wonder she didn't like her at first sight. She had already gained the favor of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She didn't have the ability to touch the people around Commander-in-Chief Xia, but she could touch a mere cadet from a military academy. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, don't blame me, Du Jiai, for making things difficult for you. It's just that you're too much of an eyesore. Du Jiai, who had been in a bad mood since yesterday, looked at Yi Qian as though she had found an outlet to vent her anger. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. She lowered the curtain that she had gently lifted and turned to the dressing room to prepare herself. There was an unfriendly gaze in front of her, and there was another unfriendly gaze behind her. Yi Qian felt a headache coming on. Who was it? She was just here to watch a performance. Why was someone suddenly targeting her? Yi Qian didn't know who it was until she saw Du Jiai go on stage. After enduring the unfriendly gaze for more than an hour, she finally knew that the unfriendly gaze from the front was from Du Jiai. But what about the gaze behind her? Who was it behind her? Don't underestimate the cultural troops. Different types of soldiers have different responsibilities. The cultural troops are soldiers who protect the spirit of the soldiers. By adjusting the atmosphere, they can raise the soldiers' emotions and improve their combat ability. Some soldiers think that the cultural troops are just dancing, singing, running to the middle of the stage to read poems and essays, and that's all. Their understanding is too biased and extreme. Regardless of whether it's peacetime or wartime, the cultural troops' thoughts are actually to protect the combat ability and cohesion of our army. Western armies are mostly offensive armies, while our army is defensive. Those who are good at defense hide under the 9 elements, while those who are good at offense move above the 9 heavens. The offensive army mainly goes straight to the enemy's hometown, while our army has been mainly guarding our hometown since the founding of our country. The art troop is an indispensable troop class at home. Without its existence, the life of the entire army will be overshadowed. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was watching the performance, smiled as he spoke to Yi Qian. It was as though he was an elder teaching the younger generation. Every word he said had a profound meaning behind it. Sometimes, when the commander-in-chief spoke softly, Yi Qian couldn't help but lean over to listen. Not everyone could be taught by the commander-in-chief, and even less everyone could be corrected by the commander-in-chief. Every time Yi Qian finished listening to an elder who was broad-minded, far-sighted, and had a strong military ideology, he felt that his thinking had improved again. From where Yi Ying was standing, she could clearly see the military chief and Yi Qian talking from time to time. She could also see Yi Qian's side profile listening seriously. Occasionally, she could even see the military chief nodding his head in agreement with her words. Every time she saw this, Ying felt like her heart was on fire. She wanted to rush up to Yi Qian and scold him so that the military chief could see the true face of Yi Qian. You're really capable. You can even coax the military chief to nod his head. Good. I'll let you be proud for a while. Very soon, I'll make sure you won't be able to be proud anymore. The vicious gaze that burst out seemed to condense into a substance. The gaze was so strong and had a strong sense of existence that Yi Jian could not help but turn her head and catch it with her sharp eyes. It was too easy for Yi Qian to find Yi Ying. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Only Yi Ying, who was sitting in the fourth row from the back, was staring at her. Chapter 2153. So it was Yi Ying. She finally figured out who was staring at her from behind. She didn't expect that Yi Jian, who dared to be distracted while accompanying the chief, would suddenly look over and see her accurately. Ying was so flustered that she choked on her own saliva, but she didn't dare to cough. It was so uncomfortable that her cheeks turned red. In her panic, she looked away for less than a second. She suddenly realized that she looked very embarrassed and made Yi Qian laugh at her. She couldn't help but stare at him again. She tried to raise her aura, trying to force Yi Qian to panic with her gaze. Unfortunately, everything she did was a joke in Yi Jian's eyes. It only made the corners of Yi Jian's mouth curl up into a faint sneer before he withdrew his gaze in an unhurried manner. Her cold smile made Ying so angry that she felt like her chest was about to explode. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out Yi Qian's name from between her teeth. Yi Qian, just you wait. She grabbed her knees with both hands and dug her nails into them until they turned red. In the magnificent performance hall, the Beijing government troops' outstanding troupe presented a wonderful and morale-boosting performance. The applause from the audience told the troupe on the stage how successful their performance was. Madame Li looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than an hour before the performance ended. She tidied up the things on her desk and said to her secretary, "I'm leaving early. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Also, inform the R&D department to postpone tomorrow's morning meeting to the afternoon." She almost forgot that her daughter was going back to the army tomorrow morning. She promised to send her off. "Yes, Chairman." The secretary nodded and wrote down the time of the meeting in her notebook so that she wouldn't forget. A man in his 40s, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, came in. He was Madame Li's senior assistant. When she wasn't in the company, her assistant could handle many company matters for her. "Chairman Li, there's a package from Nan Province. The postal worker said that the sender needs to hand it to you as soon as possible. Do you want to?" Madame Li, who was rushing to the performance venue, picked up a black, low-key leather handbag and put on the coat handed to her by her secretary. She said calmly, "Take a look at what it is first, then call me. I have something to do, so I'm leaving early." "Yes, Mr. Li." The senior assistant handed the scarf to Mrs. Li. The secretary opened the office door, and he quickly pressed the elevator button. He didn't return to his office with the package until the elevator door was completely closed. When he arrived at his office, he opened the package and saw that it was a videotape instead of a document. It was inconvenient for him to watch it immediately, so he put it aside for the time being and dealt with the other work at hand. At 5 o'clock sharp, the performance ended on time. All the performing soldiers stood neatly on the stage. 6 representatives stood at the front and shook hands with the military leaders. After the various military leaders left, the soldiers in the hall also left in an orderly manner. The leaders of the military academy were instructing Yi Qian and the others to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xia alone. They had to be steady and calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of them. They were not to be timid and not to have any military bearing. After giving a few more instructions, the leaders of the military academy left with ease, chatting and laughing with the leaders of the other military academies. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was led by the guards to look for Commander-in-Chief Xia. "Your University of Science and Technology has always been at the forefront of all the military schools. You're only in your first year and you're already so outstanding that you've even been summoned by the Commander-in-Chief. Another talent." Chapter 2154. No, you are flattering me. "Come, let's talk outside," the leader replied with a smile. There were many talents in the National University of Science and Technology, and there were many students who had been summoned by the head. There was no need to make a fuss about it. Their school was like that, and so were the other schools. On the other hand, Ying, who was walking out of the venue, wanted to look for Du Jie. She found an excuse to use the washroom and swiftly made her way to the backstage, only to bump into Du Jie, who was just about to leave. Sis Jie, didn't you say that you wanted to see Yi Qian's photo? She was sitting on the rostrum watching your spectacular performance, so you might not have noticed her. I'll bring you over to her right now. She was in a hurry to return to her unit, so she didn't notice that Du Jie was on the phone with Madame Li. Beside her was a guard sent by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, and he would bring the two of them out of the venue through the passageway. When she saw Ying, she immediately stuffed her bag into her hands and smiled at Madame Li. Speak of the devil. All right, that Ying you were talking about is right beside me. I'll bring her out right away. Hurry up. She still has to return to her unit. Madame Li hung up the phone with a smile. She turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said, Bring me to old Xia. Shu Man has already returned to the country, but I haven't seen old Six around. I'll have to ask him what's going on. It's understandable that he didn't go over previously. After all, he's been in the military for an entire year. I don't believe that old Xia would be willing to leave his son in the military all year round, not even allowing him to accompany Master Xia and the old madam during the new year. Jie hasn't been back all year round. If old Xia is stricter, it's not impossible for his son not to come back all year round. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head and replied with a smile. Just say a few words. Don't let old Xia have anything against you. Heh, when has he not had anything against me? I'm still lacking his opinion. Madame Li raised her chin slightly. Her eyes, which had obvious fish lines at the corners of her eyes, looked quite arrogant. When she saw a colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars, she restrained her expression and put on a dignified smile. Old Zhong from the Capital Political Group is here. I asked Ying to come out and talk to me. Ask him to come over. Among the few daughters-in-law that she liked, Ying was the most satisfied. Her son, Li Yuan, was also satisfied. Since that was the case, he would nurture him first. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not interfere in the family's affairs. It was just a matter of saying a few words. Whether it was useful or not depended on the individuals fighting. On the other side, Du Jie confirmed that she and the Yi Qian mentioned by Ying were the same person. Countless thoughts ran through her mind. Interesting. It was rare for cousins to fight to such an extent. However, she did not tell Ying that she knew Yi Qian. Instead, she pretended to be serious and said, I will first mention your suspicions to my father, but you know the details. After I start, you can explain it to my father yourself. What did her mother see in Ying? How could such a stupid thing even catch the eye of an elder like her? How could she get into the National University of Science and Technology by cheating? Did she think the military academy was a market? That anyone could get in? Du Jie looked down on Ying even more. Ying, who did not notice at all, was already jumping with joy. She could directly mention Yi Qian to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She would definitely mention it properly. Yi Qian, bitch. Just you wait, I will make sure you die without a burial place. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 2155. Yi Ying's thoughts didn't escape Du Jie's sharp eyes. Du Jie, who liked to use others to do her dirty work, chuckled and said, Also, Regiment Commander Zhong from the capital's political group is here as well. Be on your guard later and don't say anything wrong. With this, Yi Ying's emotions were completely dispelled from Yi Qian's appearance. She couldn't control her excitement, and it appeared on her face in a moment of carelessness. Du Jie glanced at her disdainfully, and a hint of malice flashed across her eyes. She slowly said, Be more dignified. It's just meeting a regiment commander, what's there to be happy about? Just smile, don't embarrass my parents. Your sister is much calmer than you. She didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when she sat beside the commander-in-chief. You should learn from her. Even though Du Jie knew that Yi Ying hated it when people compared her to Yi Qian, her intentions were clear. Yi Ying didn't understand her intentions. Instead, she hated Yi Qian even more. Why is it that no matter where I go, I have to hear people comparing me to Yi Qian? Why is everyone telling me to learn from Yi Qian? I'm clearly much more outstanding than Yi Qian. Ying clenched her teeth and sighed softly. Indeed, she has always been bold. There's nothing she doesn't dare to do. I can't do it. I don't dare to do bad things, and I'm nervous when I encounter good things. She's a coward? Heh, I didn't see it. Du Jia scoffed coldly. It was hard to tell if Ying had caught the deeper meaning behind her words, but her face stiffened for a moment before she replied awkwardly, "It's not that I'm a coward, I'm just a little nervous. I'll have to trouble Sis Jia to remind me later on." "There's no need for me to remind you. Just learn from your cousin, Yi Qian. There are so many good teaching materials out there, so why are you looking so far ahead?" Even if Du Jia was being sarcastic, she was still able to maintain her politeness. It would make others think that she didn't mean anything else, and that they were just overthinking things. Yi Ying's face stiffened to the point that she couldn't even maintain her smile. In order not to let Du Jia see her expression, Ying chose to lower her head. "I can't get angry with Du Jia, and I can't be calculative with her. Madame Li's opinion." With her head lowered, she didn't notice that Du Jia's footsteps had suddenly stopped. She stared coldly at the side, who was approaching them. This was a Y-shaped passage. Both sides had to pass through the main passage to leave the venue. Yi Jian, who had seen the two earlier, kept a straight face and kept pace with the guards. She glanced at Du Jia indifferently and walked to the front first. Yi Jian was not surprised that Ying was walking with Du Jia. What was there to be surprised about? Han Zheng had already said that Madame Li was very satisfied with Yi Ying and wanted her son to marry her. Du Jia straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian, who ignored her. Her expression changed. What an arrogant and conceited military academy student. She didn't even smile when she saw that he chose to ignore her. "Very well, I'll teach her a lesson later." Staring at the back of the person in front of her, she said in a low voice, "Why didn't you greet your cousin when you saw her?" Yi Ying didn't see Yi Qian from the front. When she looked up, she only saw the side of Yi Qian's face. It was calm, and filled with an aura that made her not dare to look directly at him. "She doesn't like me talking to her. Why should I be annoying?" Ying said, trying to cover it up. She lowered her head even more. "Too despicable, too despicable. Both of you are too despicable. Yi Qian, Du Jia, there's no one more despicable than you." Chapter 2156. Ying didn't dare to offend either of them and could only curse in her heart. She lowered her head and cursed in her heart with every step she took. She didn't want to run into Yi Qian at all. She didn't want Yi Qian to be standing not far away when she was talking to the deputy chief of staff Du. Thinking of this, Ying couldn't help but slow down. Du Jia was the opposite. She didn't like the two sisters. Discord? Great. Let them disgust each other. She could just stand aside and watch. She had to let Madame Li see her and let her know how hypocritical her daughter-in-law was. Her words were so disgusting that it made people vomit. Ying wanted to leave a little later, but Du Jia didn't give her a chance. She urged, "Walk faster. Do you want my parents and Colonel Zhong to wait for you?" "My mother hates waiting for people. Don't make my mother angry." All the words were not as lethal as this sentence. Ying could only grit her teeth and catch up. She couldn't worry about this and that. How could Yi Qian be next to her when she was talking? Her luck couldn't be that bad. If she was really next to her, she could just not say anything. That's right, it would be fine if she didn't say anything. What was she worried about? Instead of worrying about running into Yi Qian, it was better to coax Madame Li. She could only rely on Madame Li now. Ying adjusted her mood and pursed her lips. She took a deep breath to relax her expression. She showed Madame Li's favorite obedient smile and walked out of the passageway. Outside, Madame Li smiled and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Old Xia, let's sit together when you have time. Bring a Yuan out. Don't force him to stay in the army all day long. Young people need to socialize occasionally. If he stays in the army all day long, he might find a daughter-in-law who is like a male soldier." Not everyone knew that Xia Jinyuan had joined the army, and it was impossible for them to know that he was of marriageable age. Colonel Zhong was one of them. He smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief's son is of marriageable age? When the time comes, please remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. I'll remember it on behalf of Shirlai. When his son gets married, I'll give you a call if he forgets to inform you. Deputy Chief of Staff Du agreed with a smile. When they were outside, he would not let others see that he was not on good terms with Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instead, he would show that they were on good terms. Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally wouldn't let anyone see through him. He smiled and said, "As long as he's willing to get married soon, I'm happy to invite all of you over for a drink. Old Du, I didn't get to drink the first 2 cups of your wedding banquet. You must remember to inform me when the 3rd cup is held." When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's eldest son and eldest daughter got married, the Du family did not invite Commander-in-Chief Xia at all. Now that this matter was brought up again, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's smile became a little forced. What did old Xia mean? Was he blaming him? Commander-in-Chief Xia's meaning was obvious. The 2 families were not on good terms, so it was best not to interact with each other in public if possible, let alone say something that showed that the 2 families were close. Of course. You escaped the first 2 cups, so I won't let you escape the next 2 cups. Compared to socializing, Madame Li was much better at it. She calmly changed the topic into a joke. Colonel Zhong didn't talk much. When it was time to laugh, he would laugh. When it was time to speak, he would say a few words. The 2 people standing in front of him were not people he could casually interrupt, so he just listened carefully. Chapter 2157. The Xia and Du families were not on good terms, and Regiment Commander Zhong did not know the twists and turns of the story. He only thought that the 2 leaders were just teasing each other. Yi Qian did not disturb Commander-in-Chief Xia as he walked out. He even told the guards not to go over and to wait for a while. "Who are you waiting for? Do you need me to bring you over?" A crisp and polite voice came from behind him. Even without meeting the person, one could feel that the woman who spoke was very cultured. But Yi Qian, who had already met her, knew that her politeness was all a facade. When she spoke, it sounded like she was being polite, but in reality, every word was directed at her. If Yi Ying walked with Du Jie, even if she was betrayed, she would still count the money for the other party. He turned around and smiled at the northern beauty. "No need, thank you." "You really don't need it? Didn't you sit with Commander-in-Chief Xia before? Are you looking for Commander-in-Chief Xia? Ying told me that you are cousins with her. I have a good relationship with Yi Ying. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you solve them." After Du Jie finished speaking to Yi Qian, she decided to let the 2 of them bicker. She smiled at Yi Ying and said, "Just now, you said that you were afraid that your sister would not talk to you. Look, I already spoke up for you. You took the initiative to greet her. How could she ignore you?" She thought that the 2 of them had a good relationship, but it turned out that it was just that. Yi Ying's face was so stiff that she could not even smile. Du Jie acted as if she did not see it. In her previous life, she heard from Sun Dongqing that Yi Ying and her sister-in-law had an average relationship. Even though many things had changed in this life, their relationship was still average. Yi Qian had a playful look in his eyes. He did not plan to deal with the 2 of them. He smiled faintly and replied, "Yi Ying and I are not cousins. Miss Du, who does not know the situation, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's affairs. Yi Ying and I are not cousins, so our relationship is naturally average." "No, it is not average. It is very, very bad." Yi Zichen, who was smiling faintly, went straight to the point and talked about his real relationship with Yi Ying. He even called her Miss Du, and got what he wanted. Both of their faces changed. Ying looked at Du Jie and then looked at Yi Qian. "Miss Du?" Du Jie didn't even introduce herself earlier, so how did Yi Qian know her surname? Unless the 2 of them already knew each other. Thinking that the 2 of them knew each other, Yi Ying's face turned cold. They clearly knew each other, but Du Jie did not mention a single word to him. What kind of intentions did she have? Du Jie's expression was ugly because she thought that Ying had lied to her and said that she and Yi Qian were sisters. Because of Yi Qian's words, the 2 of them suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. Madame Li had already seen Du Jie. She signaled to another guard of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to bring her over. She smiled and said, Commander Zhong, there is a new recruit in your regiment. I will have to trouble you to discipline her. I asked her to come over and greet you. Otherwise, she will not know that you are her commander when she sees you in the future. Commander-in-Chief Xia heard this and knew who the new recruit was. He smiled calmly and said, "Then I will leave first. I still have some matters to deal with." "Okay, I will call Schumann when I have time. You can bring a Yuan out to have dinner with her. Schumann has already returned to settle down. You should let the mother and son see each other more often." Madame Li, who was almost at a disadvantage just now, even made a fool of Commander-in-Chief Xia in front of one of the commanders. "You want to embarrass the Du family? Xia Xinhui, do you dare to talk about your own family matters?" Chapter 2158. What was there to be afraid of? Commander-in-Chief Xia shook his head and sighed with a smile. "Try to persuade her. Our child has grown up and joined the military. As his father, I can't even see him once in a year. Tell her not to keep thinking about having our son come back to see her." Regiment Commander Zhong knew that the Commander-in-Chief had been divorced for many years. Although it sounded a little awkward, since the Commander-in-Chief had said it himself, there was nothing awkward about it. The smile on Madame Li's face faded. She didn't expect old Xia to talk about his personal matters in front of a regiment commander. As a mother, she didn't manage to turn the tables. As a daughter, she didn't manage to instigate a fight between the two of them. Du Jiayi's gaze turned cold and gloomy after being checkmated. She glanced at Yi Qian and lowered her gaze slightly. She assumed a condescending attitude and said with a half-smile, "No wonder I couldn't find any information about you. Turns out you're just a military school student." Military school students don't sit properly in the classroom. Instead, they run around. "Yi Qian, be careful that you don't ever graduate." Her words were extremely vicious. She was implying that Yi Qian wouldn't even be able to keep his life when the time came. The guard had already walked over. Without waiting for Yi Qian's reply, she smirked arrogantly and intentionally brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. Thinking about Du Jiayi's words, Ying seemed to sense something unusual. When Du Jiayi was a few steps away, she lifted her chin and said softly with an arrogant expression, "Yi Qian, you want to fight with me? You'll die a horrible death." "I'll be waiting, Ying." Yi Qian smirked at Yi Ying, who had purposely stayed behind to humiliate herself. He stared at Yi Ying with his dark eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Let's see who will end up worse." Yi Ying's heart pounded. Her eyes widened and she blurted out angrily, "That box?" She couldn't say it. What if it wasn't her? Dad said before that Yi Qian didn't have the ability to do it. If she said it, it would be the same as handing it over to her. She swallowed her words and glared at Yi Qian angrily. Then she hurried to catch up with Du Jiayi. Du Jiayi walked quickly with a gloomy face. Yi Qian didn't want to come over? The more she wanted her to come. She walked over and saluted Commander-in-Chief Xia and Regiment Commander Zhong, then said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, the cadet in front wants to come over but doesn't dare to. Do you want the guards to bring her over?" "Child, why are you always so enthusiastic? Do you think everyone is as daring as you?" Madame Li had already pretended to blame him, but with a smile on her face, everyone knew that she didn't mean it. In the presence of outsiders, Du Jiayi appeared very calm. She smiled appropriately and explained seriously, "Mom, you've misunderstood me. Ying told me that the cadet was her sister, so I went over to greet her." She paused for a moment before saying something that made Ying panic, but she said that she isn't Ying's sister, so I'm a little confused. Why don't you get Ying to call Yi Qian over and ask him? They're both surnamed Yi, and Yi Ying is so obedient. She wouldn't say such things, right? Madame Li didn't like messy relatives. She should have investigated all of Yi Jifan's relatives. Tomorrow, she would return to the company and instruct her subordinates to do so. She frowned and looked at Yi Ying. With a cold voice, she asked, "What's going on? Is she your sister or not?" She didn't want her daughter to embarrass herself in front of a military cadet. "Madam, she's my sister. I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying's tears came as she obediently looked at Madame Li. She quickly lowered her head and said uneasily, "I don't know why she said that she's not my sister in front of Sis Jiayi. She's clearly my sister. Commander-in-Chief, I'm not lying to you." Ying wanted to say many bad things about Yi Qian, but under the commander-in-chief's intimidating gaze, she didn't dare to. Chapter 2159. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression darkened. Yi Qian was their family Xia's daughter-in-law. With a future daughter-in-law like Yi Qian, Commander-in-Chief Xia viewed Yi Qian as inferior to any other girl. Even the calm and polite Du Jiayi was inferior to her. If you don't even know, why did you say she's your sister? You can't even figure out your own affairs. Commander-in-Chief Xia was very protective of his own people. With just a few words, Ying was sweating profusely. That wasn't all. He frowned and swept a glance at Ying's shoulder, his voice deepened. A recruit who just joined the army? You're actually a specially recruited recruit? Who recruited you? Didn't they investigate your family's relationship? Do you have a specially recruited recruit who you don't even know about? No recruit could withstand the commander-in-chief's imposing military might. Ying, who was already feeling guilty and scared, was so scared that her knees went weak and her face turned pale. Sir, she's my sister, but I don't know why she said she's not my sister. Ying, who was scared to tears, replied in a trembling voice. I really don't know. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had been slapped in the face, also turned cold. He knew he shouldn't have casually brought people to him. Look, he made a fool of himself this time. No matter how obedient the daughter of a small official was, she didn't have much confidence. She wasn't like Jiayi, who was full of confidence. Even if she did something wrong, she could calmly accept it. She wouldn't cry easily and let others look down on her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was vaguely angry when he saw a recruit crying just like that. A specially recruited cultural soldier? Commander Zhong, you're a specially recruited cultural soldier whose specialty is crying, right? The commander-in-chief's anger couldn't be directed directly at a recruit. Since the leader of the recruit was present, he naturally had to ask the leader about it. Commander Zhong's head was about to explode. She wasn't specially recruited by the capital political group, but by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Fortunately, Commander-in-Chief Xia's anger quickly shifted to Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She's the recruit that your wife said she wanted Commander Zhong to take care of, right? Is she related to your Du family? That's strange. Since she's related to your Du family, don't you know if she has an elder sister? At this time, even Madame Li did not have the right to speak, much less Du Jiayi, who was secretly clenching her fists. How could she have known that when she wanted to burn Yi Qian, she would burn her own family instead? Father, how should I answer? What else could he say? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed and replied, Old Xia, calm down. This recruit is indeed related to my family. His father saved my son. Yes, yes. Shirlai, don't be angry. It's scary. She was specially recruited. She's quite talented. I've seen her before. She's amazing. With her husband's words, Madame Li chimed in. This child is very obedient and has an affinity with me. She's very kind. Although she's a little timid, I can tell that she doesn't like to cause trouble. Calm down. The recruit just entered the military and hasn't gotten used to it yet. After a period of training, she'll definitely be a qualified cultural soldier. Du Jiayi, who no longer wanted to speak up for Ying, had to speak up now. Commander-in-Chief, I also like to cry because I miss home when I first arrived. She didn't want to make things difficult for her parents because of Yi Ying, so she targeted Yi Ying. Yi Ying, didn't you just say that Yi Qian's grades used to be bad? Is it strange that he suddenly got into the military academy? Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia are both here. Just say what you want to say. Chapter 2160. As soon as she said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia's face turned frosty. He swept a glance at Du Jiayi before his gaze landed on Yi Ying. He growled, How dare you? His imposing aura made everyone's expression change. Yi Ying, whose face was as white as a sheet, swayed and almost fainted. In front of Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia. She directly said that she suspected Yi Qian of cheating in the military academy. Du Jiayi, do you want her to die? At this moment, Ying wanted to pounce on Du Jiayi and tear her mouth apart. Du Jiayi couldn't care less. How could a person who was slapped in the face by her parents deserve to bask in the glory of the Du family? Obedient? Docile? It was all fake. She had gotten into trouble before she even entered the Du family. Wouldn't it be even more chaotic after she entered the Du family? It was better to get rid of the root of the problem as soon as possible. She didn't want to continue lying to her mother. In terms of ruthlessness, Du Jie was dozens of times better than Yi Ying. Previously, she had wanted to slowly persuade Mrs. Li to give up, but after what happened just now, she immediately made up her mind to cut off Yi Ying's relationship with the Du family. Did she think that entering the military academy was child's play? Was the college entrance examination child's play? Could one get in by cheating? Pig brain. If it was child's play, who knew how many cadets in the country could get into the military academy by cheating? Du Jie, back off. Mrs. Li was angry. She had just said that she liked Yi Ying, but her daughter jumped out and said something indecent. Xia Xinhui didn't know what to say now. She said that she was blind. She said that she mistook fish eyes for pearls and that she was old and muddle-headed. The phone in the bag kept vibrating. Someone kept calling Mrs. Li, but because of Du Jie's random interruptions, Mrs. Li didn't have time to answer the phone. The assistant who called her was so anxious that beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He kept calling the driver to drive faster and faster. The driver glanced at the dashboard and stepped on the accelerator a little more. He was already going as fast as he could. If he went any faster, he would be driving at highway speed. The assistant, who had called several times but failed to get through, looked extremely anxious. He was so anxious that his sweat had already soaked his shirt collar. He had to find Director Li as soon as possible. He had already been delayed for more than an hour. If he didn't find Director Li as soon as possible, with her temper, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. It was about the reputation of the Du family and the face of Mrs. Li. The anxious senior assistant began to beg in his heart. How could he have known that the main character of the videotape was actually Yi Ying, who had appeared at Miss Jia's birthday banquet yesterday? It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary person, but Chairman Li had to praise Miss Yi Ying for being obedient and sensible. She liked her very much, and her words and actions made people feel that Chairman Li treated Miss Yi Ying as her daughter-in-law. Now, the daughter-in-law whom Chairman Li thought to be obedient and sensible had such a messy private life. Wasn't this a huge slap to Chairman Li's face? At this moment, Mrs. Li really didn't know that her assistant was so anxious that he wished he could grow a pair of clairvoyant eyes and ears to report the situation to her. Looking at the stammering Yi Ying, Mrs. Li shot a glance at Du Jie, warning her not to cause any more trouble with her gaze. Then she turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "Old Xia, Mom, your phone has been ringing for a long time. It must be something urgent. You should answer it first." Du Jie interrupted. She wanted to break Yi Ying's heart, so she wouldn't give up just because of her mother's gaze. Chapter 2161. Madame Li naturally knew that her phone had been vibrating. Hearing this, she quietly glared at her daughter. How dare she interrupt me? Does she want to be scolded? Madame Li, who still wanted to settle the matter at hand, took out her phone from her bag and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose expression was so serious that the atmosphere seemed to be oppressive, "Old Xia, calm down first. I've interacted with Yi Ying a few times, and I know that she's not someone who speaks casually. Moreover, there's no smoke without fire. If that military school student is really innocent, how could there be rumors? Old Xia, since they're both here, why don't you ask them first?" She looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. It was a call from the company's assistant. Was there an emergency at the company at this time? She didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, she hung up and continued to smile at Commander-in-Chief Xia. The military school is the cradle for training the next generation of officers and leaders of the army. We can't be careless. Since someone said it, just ask, investigate, and find out what's going on. Isn't that enough? Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal phone also vibrated. He didn't need to guess who was calling at this time to know who it was. He nodded slightly at Madame Li, who was talking to him, and said calmly, "You talk first, I'll take a personal call." It was a call from Xia Jinyuan, asking when he could come to the hospital to visit him, a wounded soldier. "Your wife has something to do now. Wait for your father to deal with it before coming over." Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around and said calmly, "You can come over yourself." Yi Qian was their family Xia's daughter-in-law and his daughter-in-law. Someone was spouting nonsense in front of him, so how could he let it go so easily? Xia Jinyuan got up from the bed after hearing the first sentence. He said coldly, "Where is the location? I'll come over now." Before the specific location was reported, he had already finished taking off his clothes. When the location was reported, he had already changed into the light green uniform issued by the army. It took less than 2 minutes to take off his clothes and get ready to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia had just walked a few steps away to answer the phone when the phone rang again. Mrs. Li's face turned a little cold. When she hung up the phone, it meant that it was not convenient for her to pick up the phone. Why couldn't her assistant, who had always known her, wait for her for a while? Regiment Commander Zhong, who wanted to leave but couldn't, smiled and said, "Madam, you should answer the phone first. It's probably something urgent." Pick it up, pick it up. I have something to say to Commander Zhong." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had nothing better to do, came to his wife's rescue. He made a please gesture to Regiment Commander Zhong and walked a few steps away to talk. Mrs. Li finally answered the 7th call, and the company's assistant breathed a sigh of relief. "President Li, something very troublesome has happened. Do you want to tell me over the phone or report it to you in person?" The anxious assistant had a high level of professionalism. No matter how anxious he was, he still spoke steadily. It was naturally inconvenient to talk over the phone. Mrs. Li looked at the phone and said calmly, "Come and report to me. I am now at 49 Renmin South Road. How long will it take for you to arrive?" Her smile made it impossible to tell what she had heard. She thought it was some trivial work report. The assistant knew that she was angry when he heard her voice, but what could he do? He smiled bitterly and answered seriously, "Okay, I'll be right there." Chapter 2162. Mrs. Li answered and ended the call in less than a minute. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia was still talking, she signaled Du Jiayi to come closer and said, "Du Jiayi, I don't know what happened between you girls, but now, even if you have something to say, you have to hold it in for the time being. Don't talk. Let Yingying talk." She had to solve Yi Ying's problem first. Otherwise, Xia Xinhui would see her as a joke. She praised Yi Ying for being sensible, well-behaved, and kind in front of Xia Xinhui, but in the end, her good daughter jumped out to undermine her. How could this be? Fortunately, although Xia Xinhui was rigid, he had always been very gentlemanly. As the commander-in-chief, he couldn't directly embarrass a recruit. Fortunately, he had such an identity. Even if he was really angry, he had to suppress it in order to not lose his composure as the commander-in-chief. Du Jiayi didn't listen to Mrs. Li's words. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she held her arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, we really have something to do. You and Dad talk to the commander-in-chief for a while, and I will say a few words to Yingying." Seeing that Mrs. Li was about to scold her again, Du Jiayi quickly said, don't worry, I know what to do. You talk first, I will say a few words to Yingying." "What do you know?" Mrs. Li didn't believe that Jiayi was a little strange today. She knew her daughter very well. She knew that no matter how much she hated someone, she would not embarrass them in front of them. So far, only Ying could embarrass her daughter in front of them. Mrs. Li then said, "If you embarrass Ying like you did just now, you will also embarrass me. Do you hear me?" If she continued to embarrass Ying, it would not be Ying who would be embarrassed, but her. Du Jiayi, who was angry in her heart, didn't understand the meaning of Mrs. Li's words. Instead, she felt that her mother was always protecting outsiders she didn't like. Her mother, who had always been so powerful that even demons and ghosts didn't dare to do anything, still thought that Ying was well-behaved. In order to not let Ying continue to lie to her family, she had to expose her true colors. With cold eyes, Du Jiayi pretended to be sad and sighed, "Mom, how can I make things difficult for Ying? It's good enough that Ying doesn't make things difficult for me." Du Jiayi knew exactly how Ying felt. That was why she said that on purpose. You're jealous of Yi Qian, and you don't have the ability to deal with Yi Qian. You actually thought of pushing Du Jiayi out. Huh, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Ying, oh Ying, do you think Du Jiayi is a fool? Ying didn't know that Du Jiayi had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to build a good relationship with Du Jiayi and then talk bad about Yi Qian. She wanted to make Du Jiayi hate Yi Qian. When the time came, she would add fuel to the fire and use Du Jiayi as a knife in her hand. Wherever she wanted to stab Yi Qian, this knife would stab there. Unfortunately, even though she was smart, she couldn't compare to Du Jiayi, who could silently harm people in her teens. Not only did Yi Ying's intelligence drop, but she also couldn't compare to Du Jiayi when it came to using others to do her dirty work. Ying wanted to use Du Jiayi as a tool. On the surface, Du Jiayi pretended not to know anything. But in reality, she saw everything and remembered it in her heart. Madame Li, who knew her daughter well, had a serious look in her eyes. Then she sighed. Jiayi, Ying has her own difficulties. You're her elder sister, so you should bear more responsibility. Alright, you two can go to the side and talk. Even though Madame Li nodded, Du Jiayi was still angry. Chapter 2163. How dare you protect such a small thing? When her true colors are exposed, let's see where you can hide your face. Du Jiayi was so angry that her face turned green. When she saw Ying trembling all over, her mood improved a little. How dare you use Du Jiayi as a tool? Ying, oh Ying, you're really looking for death. Since you have the guts, I'll play with you. Did you think that things would end so easily? No, it really didn't. Both sisters were so annoying. How could she miss such a big show? One was a hypocrite, the other liked to show off. They'd better not disappoint Du Jiayi during the performance later. Ying, who was almost scared out of her wits by Commander-in-Chief Xia, kept her head down. She did not notice Du Jiayi approaching her until she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She was so scared that she jerked her head up. She saw Du Jiayi's enlarged face looking at her with a gentle gaze. She heard her say softly, "Let's go, Ying. Let's talk over there. Let my parents talk to the Commander-in-Chief first." Ying was just about to leave. She thought that Du Jiayi was going to harm her. When she heard Du Jiayi's words, she quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay." The more scared she was, the happier Du Jiayi was. After walking a few steps away, she stopped and said slowly, "Ying, don't be nervous. Just tell him everything you know. We're not nervous. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've already told him everything for you. Why are you still hiding it? It's better to tell him directly in front of the Commander-in-Chief than to tell my dad." In order to see both Yi Ying and Yi Qian hurt each other, Du Jiayi patiently baited Ying step by step. The Commander-in-Chief has already summoned Yi Qian. You see, once the Commander-in-Chief finds out that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy, he'll definitely be furious. Yi Qian will definitely be severely punished. Don't you want to see her be severely punished? Of course, Ying wanted to. This was something she wanted to see even in her dreams, but she did not dare. She didn't dare. Because everything she said was a lie, a lie. She only wanted to make Du Jiayi hate Yi Qian, then use Du Jiayi to get rid of Yi Qian. It was only because Du Jiayi hated Yi Qian that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Madame Li could help their daughter to make things difficult for Yi Qian. This was what she wanted. It was a complete mess now, a complete mess. If she continued, it wouldn't be Yi Qian who was unlucky, but her. Yi Ying, who was a little further away from Commander-in-Chief Xia, clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't panic, she couldn't panic. She had to stay calm. Right now, he had to get Du Jiayi to speak up. Only if she spoke up would he be able to get Madame Li's support. With Madame Li's support, everything would be easier. Yi Ying, whose heart was in a mess, couldn't calm down at all. The idea she came up with in her panic was also the stupidest one. Even though she knew that Du Jiayi was trying to harm her, she still placed her hopes on someone who was trying to harm her. Without Yijifan by her side, Ying was truly foolish. Ying raised her teary eyes and said softly, But, what should I say? Sis Jiayi, you have to help me. Didn't you say it so smoothly before? Why are you not doing it now? Heh, I really don't like a coward who hides in her shell after giving her a chance. Du Jiayi nearly couldn't conceal the disdain in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her expression inside. If you really don't dare to say it, fine, I'll do it. I really don't understand what's going on in your heart. Could it be that you really have some difficulties like what I said? Chapter 2164. Du Jiai, who was able to silently frame her best friend when she was in her teens, was the best at deceiving people. She wanted to deceive Yi Ying, so she even pretended to be very sincere and looked as if she was thinking for Yi Ying. Or are you afraid that if you say it out loud, people will threaten you? Don't worry, my dad and Commander-in-Chief Xia are all here. Look, Regiment Commander Zhong of your Beijing government regiment is also here. What's there to be afraid of? Du Jiai lured Yi Ying into a trap. How could Yi Ying not want Du Jiai to fall for it? She bit her lower lip and said uneasily, "It's not that I don't dare, it's just that there are too many things going on with Yi Qian. I don't even know where to start. Also, I'm very nervous when I see Commander-in-Chief Xia. Now my mind is in a mess and I don't know what to say." Hearing this, Du Jiai couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Nervous? She was clearly scared. How silly. Cheating in the military academy? Why didn't she say that she was hopelessly stupid? Who would believe her? Who would believe her? The National University of Science and Technology was a comprehensive university directly under the military commission. She dared to say that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy? Even if she had a father who was the deputy chief of staff in the General Staff Department, she wouldn't dare to say such words. She was just the daughter of a small city's construction bureau chief. Where did she get the guts to say such words? Ignorant and ignorant. Ying, you're not nervous. You're actually scared. My parents are here. What are you afraid of? Du Jiai slowly tempted her. At the same time, she purposely went along with Yi Ying's words. Look at you. You're not like this and you're not like that. Then what is it? My mom said that you're obedient and gentle. I think you're too obedient and gentle. What are you doing to yourself by hiding everything in your heart? Don't be nervous. I'll support you. This was exactly what Yi Ying wanted to hear. Yi Ying, who felt that she was in a hopeless situation, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw as her eyes lit up. Jiai, as long as you tell Madame Li that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du also hates Yi Qian, it'll be fine. Later on, you have to support me no matter what I say. We'll persuade the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian together. That's the only way. Sis Jiai? That's the only way we can force Yi Qian out of the military academy and make sure that she never wears a military uniform again. Du Jiai's eyes widened. What did she just hear? What did she hear? Oh my God. Did she hear the biggest joke in the world? A stupid thing telling a stupid joke? She was still thinking of using her as a tool. She was still so naive to think that as long as she said something, Du Jiai would definitely help her. His unbelievable words made Du Jiai laugh so hard that her stomach hurt. But this is quite interesting, isn't it? However, Du Jiai didn't show any of it on her face. Instead, she frowned slightly and pretended to be considering Yi Ying's hopeful gaze. In the end, she finally nodded. All right, I'll cooperate with you. I don't like that cousin of yours either. This was the only thing she could say to Yi Ying. While the two of them were still discussing, Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had asked Regiment Commander Zhong to leave first, turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "This isn't a big deal anyway. Forget it, old Xia. Take that cadet and leave first. We'll be leaving too." Old Xia, you're the Commander-in-Chief. You can't make things difficult for a recruit. Madame Li also wanted to end this as soon as possible. Standing here in the cold wind was already causing her head to hurt. Look at how the elder sister doesn't even acknowledge her younger sister. It's clear that she has a bad personality. As I said earlier, there's no smoke without fire. I believe that the cadet you've taken a liking to is a little immoral. She needs to be educated properly. Chapter 2165. If she hadn't said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. But with that sentence, Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes turned cold. As a soldier, if you can't even control your own words and actions, how can you be a soldier? Go, get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face. This sentence was directed at the guard. Get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face? The intimidating voice traveled into Yi Ying's ears, causing her pupils to constrict. She abruptly raised her head and glared at Yi Qian, who was still some distance away from her. I can't let her come over. I definitely can't let her come over. I can't let her confront me. Yi Qian, that bitch, will definitely tell me everything that happened during the college entrance exam. She will definitely tell me everything. Looking at the guard's back as he left, Ying really wanted to run over and stop the guard, but she didn't dare. She didn't dare. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This is not how things are supposed to develop. It's not how things are supposed to develop. What should I do? What should I do? Dad, hurry and save me. Hurry and save me. She didn't want Yi Qian to come over. She also couldn't let Yi Qian come over. Yes. The only one who could help her was Du Jiai. She was the only one. Clutching Du Jiai's sleeve tightly, Ying begged with tears in her eyes. She trembled as she said, Jiai, please help me. I beg you, please help me. When Madame Li heard that they were going to confront her face to face, she was instantly displeased. Was Xia Xinhui not giving her an old do-any face? Fine, let's confront her then. When she was in the southern province, she had thoroughly investigated Yi Ying's character. There was nothing bad about her. Jai, bring Ying over. The displeased Madame Li raised her voice. Yi Qian, who was afraid of confronting her, was so frightened that his vision turned black. No. She didn't want to go there. She didn't want to go there. Yi Ying knew very well what she had done. How would she dare to confront Yi Qian? Because she didn't dare, she wanted to use Du Jiai to deal with Yi Qian. In contrast, Yi Qian was much calmer. She could vaguely sense that Commander-in-Chief Xia was a little displeased. When the guard came over, Yi Qian asked in a low voice, "What happened? The Commander-in-Chief doesn't look too happy." Something unpleasant happened. Some people suspect that you didn't get into the military academy based on your abilities. The guard sped up his speech and told Yi Qian that he had seen Yi Qian before in the military compound. He also knew that this military academy student was the fiancé of the son of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also very satisfied. He even joked with the guards and said that if they didn't train well in the future, his daughter-in-law would make them feel ashamed. Didn't he get into the military academy based on his abilities? Did Ying say that? If only the deputy chief of staff Du was present, she would still have the guts to say it. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia was also present. She even saw herself sitting side by side with Commander-in-Chief Xia. With Yi Ying's personality, she didn't have the guts to do so. In this case, it was very likely that Yi Ying wanted to use Du Jiai as a tool. In the end, she was used as a tool by Du Jiai because she wasn't skilled enough. The problem was a little serious. However, it wasn't Yi Qian who was the problem. It was Yi Ying who was facing a serious problem. What kind of person was Du Jiai? She was a ruthless person who didn't even bat an eyelid when tricking her best friend. Yi Ying actually had the guts to use her as a tool. For a moment, Yi Qian sympathized with the fearless Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who thought that she hadn't caused enough trouble, was really digging her own grave. Chapter 2166. Yi Qian walked over step by step. Yi Ying, who was staring at him, was so shocked and scared that her calves were cramping. Yi Ying, whose face was pale, wanted to run away. She really wanted to leave this place. Du Jiai, who seemed to have sensed Yi Ying's intention to escape, smiled brightly and hugged her shoulders tightly. Come, let's go over. My parents and I are here. You can say whatever you want. When the two of them got closer, Madame Li tugged at Du Jiai and stood between the two of them. It was not hard to see that she was protecting Yi Ying. Seeing this, Du Jiai was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Du Jiai saw Yi Qian walking over from the corner of her eye. She lifted her chin and quickly adjusted her expression, revealing the arrogance she had when she first met Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was much closer, could not only sense Commander-in-Chief Xia's displeasure, but also see that his expression was very serious. It was her fault for making the Commander-in-Chief worry about her. The closer Yi Qian got, the paler Yi Ying's face became. In the end, even her lips were pale. Look at her. She's so cool. She looks more like a soldier than a male soldier. Ying, it's normal that you don't like her. I don't like her either. If we kick her out of the military academy and out of the army today, wouldn't that be a good ending? Du Jiai took advantage of Madame Li's attention to Yi Qian to take a step back and stand silently beside Yi Ying. She spoke slowly and softly, drawing out Ying's deepest jealousy towards Yi Qian. That's right, she was right. If they could kick this bastard Yi Qian out of the military academy and out of the army today, it would definitely be a good ending. Yi Ying's eyes were a little crazy. She wanted to stand up and expose Yi Qian's true colors. She had to stand up. Yi Qian, who didn't even look at her, walked over, stood at attention, and saluted her in a standard military salute. Before he could speak, Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke first. The Commander-in-Chief's authority was very strong. When he spoke, Ying shivered and suddenly came to her senses. He then said to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, since this recruit's father is the daughter of your eldest son's savior, even if I don't give face to the monk, I still have to give face to the Buddha. It's not convenient for me to say anything more." This military school student from the National University of Science and Technology was the top scorer in science last year. He was also the top student in overall physical fitness last semester. Her performance in school was outstanding, and the military academy was full of praises for her. When Xiaoye was in junior high school, she represented our country to participate in the Olympic Games in Australia and won the individual gold medal. An outstanding military school student was framed by a soldier. This matter can't be casually forgotten. As a soldier, you have to be responsible for your own words. If you have any questions now, ask Yi Qian, and then ask this recruit properly. The top scorer in science in the country, the gold medal in the Olympic Games when she was in junior high school, and the top scorer in overall physical fitness last semester. Just these three were enough to make people raise their eyebrows. At this moment, Ying was most afraid of two things. 1. Confronting Yi Qian. 2. Yi Qian explaining what happened in the past. No matter which one it was, she would be the unlucky one in the end. She couldn't let the Deputy Chief of Staff Du ask Yi Qian personally. She would definitely tell him everything that happened in the past. Ying looked at Du Jiai for help. Du Jiai directly ignored her. Idiot, did she really think that she would help her? Madame Li's gaze had already begun to carefully size up Yi Qian. Taking down 3 very valuable first places was indeed impressive. Chapter 2167. She was not bad-looking either. Her eyes were clear like the moon. What was even rarer was the look in her eyes. She had a sense of trust that made people believe her at first glance. Needless to say, she had the valiance of a female soldier and the perseverance of a male soldier. Standing in front of her, she was like a pine tree standing at the top of a mountain, accompanied by the blue moon. She was so straight that she reached the clouds. This female soldier was quite impressive. However, her eyes were too bright and her brows were cold and sharp. She did not look gentle or obedient enough. This was something that Mrs. Li did not like. After sizing up Yi Qian, Mrs. Li looked at Yi Ying beside her. She lowered her head and looked at Yi Ying submissively. Although Jiai had forced her into a corner, she did not argue with Jiai. She was more likable when she was gentle and weak. However, the expression on Yi Ying's face. Mrs. Li's gaze turned cold. If she still did not understand what was going on, she would have lived for decades in vain. However, she had just praised Yi Ying and argued with old Xia. She could not possibly turn around and blame Yi Ying now. That would be slapping her own face. She smiled and said, "2 flowers bloom, each showing their own branch. No wonder you are both so slim and graceful. So you are cousins. Yi Ying, your sister is admitted into the military academy. Now that you have joined the capital political group, it's time for you to stop being a little girl. Do you understand?" Suspecting a military academy student of cheating to get into the military academy was indeed a serious matter. However, it could also be described as a little girl's jealousy. Mrs. Li, who did not want things to get worse, warned Yi Ying with a smile. At the same time, she protected Yi Ying. Yi Ying did not answer immediately. She thought of what Du Jiai had said. She was too tempted. She wanted to tell the commander-in-chief that Yi Qian was not that capable. She really wanted to say, the words were already at the tip of her tongue. However, Mrs. Li's gaze made her heart turn cold. No, Mrs. Li was already angry. If she did not listen to her, she would be in trouble. Yi Ying nodded as if she had been wronged. Her voice choked as she said, "I will remember." In the future. I will not dare to do it again. It was, I won't dare to do it again in the future, not, I won't do it again in the future. The difference of one word was 1,000 miles. It was obvious how unwilling Yi Ying was to answer. Before Madame Li, whose face had turned slightly cold, could say anything, Du Jia said with a faint smile, "You don't dare? It seems that someone really has a problem. You don't dare to do it because you are threatened. Yi Ying, you were talking nicely to me just now, and now you have another excuse. Are you kidding me, Du Jia? Shut up." This time, even the deputy chief of staff Du's face darkened. He looked at his aggressive daughter seriously and said, "What are you doing?" Du Jia smiled. "Dad, I'm really not messing around. Yesterday, Ying said that there were many problems with her sister. She even asked me to mention it to you." With a quivering voice, Ying interrupted her. "Sis Jia, I beg of you, please don't say any more. I know that I was wrong. Jia, take note of your image." Madame Li turned around. This time, her warning tone was much deeper than before. There was a clear hint of anger in her voice. Everything needs to be backed up with evidence. Without any evidence, what's the use of just saying it? Du Jia saw Madame Li's protectiveness of Yi Ying, and it made her even more furious. Even in this state, my mother is still protecting her. If I don't tear down that fake face of hers, my surname won't be Du. However, if I force Yi Ying to come out, I will only infuriate my mother. It's not worth it to infuriate my mother over a mere Yi Ying. Fine, since I can't force Yi Ying to come out, I'll have a good talk with Yi Qian. Chapter 2168. Du Jia closed in and looked at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, aren't you going to say something? Could it be that your results are just like what your sister said? They're all fake?" "How could they be fake?" Deputy Chief of Staff Du reprimanded her with a frown. "Du Jia, I'm ordering you to leave now. Do you hear me?" "Dad, why are you being so fierce with me?" "I didn't say it. Ying said it herself." Du Jia was dissatisfied and retorted softly. She felt wrong too. "Du Jia, I'm very disappointed in your behavior today." Deputy Chief of Staff Du couldn't bear to scold his daughter and smiled at Yi Qian. "You're Xiao Yi from the National University of Science and Technology, right? Not bad, not bad. It's quite impressive that you got 3 first places. You don't have to explain. I believe you. That's all nonsense. I won't believe it. Don't be affected by it. When you stood in front of me just now, I felt the aura a soldier should have. Cold and mighty. Just based on your aura, I believe you." Yi Qian replied calmly, "Thank you for your trust, Chief. I have a clear conscience and there's nothing fake about it. If anyone doesn't believe me, I hope they can investigate me at any time." The Commander-in-Chief also said that as a soldier, I should be responsible for my words. "Chief, may I know who said that I cheated in the college entrance exam?" "No one said it. No one said it. It's a misunderstanding." Deputy Chief of Staff Du and his wife, Madame Li, both wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to say more. The cheating was pure nonsense. He had to reprimand his daughter when he got back. Yi Qian glanced at the pale Yi Ying from the corner of his eyes and said, "Chief, it's best if you investigate. I'm open to any investigation. As for the recruit beside you, I'm indeed not her sister. If I were her sister, I wouldn't have escaped from her house that year. The people around me didn't believe what she said because everyone knew that she was full of lies." Yi Ying, who was already indignant, flew into a rage. "Yi Qian, you're the one who's full of lies." When it came to Yi Qian, she would always lose her rationality very quickly. She did not even notice that Madame Li's face had darkened. She said loudly, "Your father and my father are brothers, and my mother and your mother are biological sisters. Why aren't you and I sisters?" "That's not right. Didn't your parents divorce this morning? Also, your mother personally told me that my mother is not her elder sister, and I am not your elder sister. These words were also said by you. Why don't you dare to say it in front of the 2 chiefs today?" Madame Li didn't listen to anything else. She heard the word, divorce. Director Yi divorced his wife? Or this morning? How could she not know? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a black coat strode over. When he saw Mrs. Li, he was overjoyed and rushed over. Ying, your parents got divorced this morning? What's going on? Madame Li, who felt that she had been lied to, turned cold. Don't tell me you don't know. Sorry to interrupt, Director Li. I have something very urgent to report to you. The assistant risked being scolded and interrupted. He really couldn't wait a second longer. As he spoke, he even glanced at Ying. Ying, who was at a loss for what to do after being questioned by Madame Li, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Madame Li did not notice anything strange. The appearance of Tai Chi gave her a chance to think about how to answer Madame Li. Chapter 2169. Mrs. Li's face darkened because of her assistant's carelessness, but she did not lose her temper on the spot. This assistant of hers had never been so rash before. Other than that time when Daoist was almost stabbed, he had never been so rash before. Thinking of this, Mrs. Li's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to her eldest son again? What happened? Tell me, she said sternly. The assistant glanced at Ying again and said softly, Director Li, it's more convenient for us to talk over there. Deputy Chief of Staff Du was also surprised by the news from Yi Qian. Director Yi divorced his wife? How was that possible? When they had dinner the night before, he was talking about how his wife did not accompany him to the capital because of health reasons. How did they suddenly get divorced? He did not know, and neither did his wife. Knowing his wife's temper, he quickly said, Chen, we are talking about the army now. It's not convenient for you to listen. Go with He Lin to deal with the company's affairs first. Mrs. Li nodded with a sullen face. When she looked at Ying, she was a little cold. Ying, come back later. I have something to ask you. Ying's chest heaved up and down. She tried hard to calm herself down and nodded obediently. Okay, you deal with your affairs first. I'll wait for you. She was afraid that Mrs. Li would say something she was afraid of, so she nervously added, You don't know, Yi Qian loved to set me up since I was a child. He always pushed the blame to me when he did something wrong. Think about it, a person who even dared to cheat in the college entrance examination. What else does she not dare to do? In order to make Mrs. Li believe her, Ying did not know that her words had made Commander-in-Chief Xia's impression of her even worse. She was full of nonsense and immoral. He should have stopped such a person from joining the army at that time. Very well, she would wear the uniform today and be kicked out of the army tonight. Commander-in-Chief Xia turned his head and whispered to the guard beside him. You really don't know? Mrs. Li asked again with a sharp look. Ying, I want to hear the truth. Ying shook her head firmly and replied gently as usual, Madam, I don't dare to lie to you. I really don't know anything. As she spoke, tears came out again. You know me. How can I lie to you? I'll call my mom right now. I'll call her right now. After staring at her for a while, Mrs. Li's face finally softened a little. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll believe you this time. Call him now and ask what's going on. The senior assistant, who was waiting by the side, secretly gave Ying a take care of yourself look and respectfully followed Mrs. Li a few meters away. Just as she turned around, the frightened Ying couldn't help but close her eyes and raise her hand to her chest to calm herself down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man appeared in time. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to answer. She knew that her luck wouldn't be bad. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, but someone immediately appeared to help her out. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Ying's heart, which was beating wildly because of Mrs. Li's questioning, finally calmed down a little. Du Jiai, who was surprised by the sudden good news, saw that Ying hadn't made a phone call yet. She said coldly, Ying, why don't you call and ask? Is what your sister said true? Ying, who still had her eyes closed, suddenly heard her voice. She was so scared that she quickly opened her eyes and felt in her pocket. After a while, she remembered that she had given her mobile phone to the army. Chapter 2170. Use mine. Du Jiai handed over the phone and said coldly, I'll watch you dial. She really hoped that they would get a divorce. That way, she would never see Yi Ying's hypocritical and pretentious face at home again. Yi Ying, Mrs. Li would never choose a girl from a divorced family as her daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who had been in a passive position, could only take the phone and dial Sun Dongqing's number with trembling hands. However, it was not Sun Dongqing's current number, but her old number, which was turned off when she could not get through. She was crying, but her brain was working fast. Find an excuse that the divorce was caused by her father's mistake? Find an excuse that her mother made a mistake? No, 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 this excuse would only make his parents look ugly. Broken up? This excuse would work. She could totally explain that her parents' relationship with her husband had broken up long ago, but they delayed the divorce so that she could grow up healthily. She could also say that her parents saw that Mrs. Li was taking good care of her and felt that it was time to tell her the truth, so they flew back to Nan province without telling her and went through the divorce procedures with ease. She did not know that her parents were divorced. She did not hear anything about it before. If Yi Qian had not told her, she would not have known that her parents were divorced. She could not make the call now. In front of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia, she had to say that Yi Qian was jealous of her joining the army and deliberately said that to make her sad. Thinking that she could embarrass Yi Qian again, Ying could not help but smile slightly. Nothing could be difficult for her. Yi Qian, do you think you can embarrass me like this? Bah, dream on. Ying, who was happy in her heart, lowered her head and dialed the number again and again. However, she did not see the change in Mrs. Li's expression when she heard the assistant's first sentence. He Lin, do you know what you are saying? Mrs. Li said sternly. Director Li, how can I not know? The senior assistant, He Lin, smiled bitterly. He was taller than Mrs. Li. In order to show his respect, he bent his back slightly. I've seen the content. Miss Ye's private life is very messy. As a middle-aged man, I am embarrassed to say the pictures in it. If you see it, you'll only get angrier. Madame Li never thought that Yi Ying, whom she had picked out of thousands of people and praised every time she met, turned out to be such a person. She didn't believe it, but He Lin was loyal to her and had worked for her for 16 years. She believed that He Lin wouldn't lie to her. She tightened her grip on the black handbag and asked in a deep voice, what kind of chaos? If she only had one boyfriend, she could still accept it. He Lin was still a little embarrassed. When Madame Li's cold gaze swept over him, he lowered his head and said some things. Both men and women were together. Miss Ying had two men on her left and right. From the bar to the car. Staying out all night, staying in a room. There were also many used condoms on the ground. Madame Li was already fuming with anger after she picked out a few scenes. There was a ball of fire burning in her chest, burning her dignified face to the point of distorting. He Lin, who had to bear the brunt of his anger, bent his back even lower and answered in a softer voice, other than you and I, no one else in the company knows. Knowing that she was furious, he couldn't help but speak more carefully. But since someone sent it over, I'm afraid. He was afraid that someone wanted to see the Li family make a fool of themselves and would release the contents of the videotape. That was why he was so anxious. Chapter 2171. Madame Li understood his unfinished words. She was so angry that her breathing became rough and rapid. Good. She didn't expect that she, Li Chenglan, would be tricked by a bish. Do a few things for me now. First, find out who sent it. Second, Madame Li, who cared about her reputation, would not let herself be passive. The most important thing now was to deal with the matter that might affect her reputation. Madame Li was very angry. Yi Qian, who was looking at her out of the corner of his eye, calmly withdrew his gaze. The company's assistant did appear just in time. Yi Qian saw the small thing wrapped in newspaper in his hand, and noticed that the assistant glanced at Yi Qian twice when he was talking to Madame Li. Yi Qian, who had vaguely guessed something, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the assistant hurriedly came to find Madame Li because of the small thing wrapped in newspaper. Madame Li was so protective of Yi Ying just now. She would probably make things difficult for Yi Ying later. Be well behaved, obedient, and follow the rules? It turned out that Yi Ying in her previous life had relied on her superb performance to catch Madame Li's eye and marry into the Du family. In this life, she was afraid that she would disappoint her. Yi Ying, let's settle the grudge between us for 2 lifetimes today. Yi Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth was faintly cold. She had to ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to leave first. Commander-in-Chief Xia's identity was a personal matter, so it was not suitable for him to stay. She didn't want to implicate him and cause the deputy chief of staff Du, who was already at odds with the family Xia, to ridicule Commander-in-Chief Xia. And Yi Ying, if she lost all her rationality, she would dare to say anything as if she had grown guts all over her body. Just now when she walked up to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Yi Ying's secretly hateful gaze seemed to be vaguely accusing Yi Qian of taking advantage of the situation to bully her. She didn't want to hear similar words because of her personal affairs and implicate Commander-in-Chief Xia. In his previous life, Yi Qian was used to being cautious. But in this life, he still took one step and thought 3 steps ahead. He would first think of all the possible scenarios that might happen, and then make plans in advance. She didn't want to implicate Commander-in-Chief Xia because of her personal affairs, so she planned to persuade Commander-in-Chief Xia to leave first. No matter how she persuaded him, she had to think of a way. Yi Qian saw Madame Li stop a few meters away. Yi Qian looked at the Commander-in-Chief, who had a serious expression and was standing in the cold wind, and said, "Commander-in-Chief, Ying came to pick on me. I have to make her unhappy too. You can go back to the car first. I want to deal with some personal matters first. I'll deal with the rest later." Commander-in-Chief Xia was waiting for Yi Qian to explain to him. He was a little surprised that Yi Qian suddenly mentioned Yi Zhifan and his wife's divorce. It was a little inappropriate. Now that he had heard her explanation, especially when he saw her take a look at old Du's wife and tell him that she had to deal with her personal matters first before coming back to deal with other matters later, he understood what Yi Jian meant after giving it some thought. Dealing with her personal matters first was something that could only be done in front of Madame Li. It was indeed inconvenient for him to stay behind to deal with her personal matters. Moreover, this recruit was crying and making a fuss. If he stayed behind, he would only listen to some nonsense. But if he were to leave, he would definitely take old Du with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia then said to Deputy Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, let's go back to the car first. They have to deal with their personal matters. It's not convenient for us to stand aside with our identities. We'll bring the recruit and Yi Qian back to the military after we've dealt with our personal matters." Your wife is right. Since the 2 of them are here, we can talk about it clearly in person and investigate thoroughly. Whoever is in the wrong must be punished. Chapter 2172. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du looked at his wife's back and felt that she could not hide her anger after hearing Assistant He Lin's words. He said without hesitation, "Also, the leaders of the military academy are here. Call them all to the military headquarters. Get the files of the military academy students and recruit Yi Ying's files. We'll decide the severity of the punishment based on the severity of the mistake." He then instructed Du Jiayi, "You stay with your mother. Don't get involved in personal matters. Do you hear me? I know even if you don't tell me. Don't worry." Du Jiayi nodded with a serious expression. "I'll stay with Ying first. I'll go home with my mother later." She didn't want to go home now even if they asked her to. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du nodded and left a guard behind just like Commander-in-Chief Xia did. He then walked towards the garage. Du Jiayi sighed as she watched her father leave. Sigh, what a pity. If Yi Ying had made the call just now, it would have been more exciting. Too bad she didn't. Although she wanted her father to stay with Commander-in-Chief Xia so that she could see Yi Ying and Yi Qian's true colors, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She was already being aggressive just now. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to interrupt. Moreover, the 2 of them had to go back to the military headquarters later. They would definitely quarrel again. The more they quarreled, the worse their impression of them would be. She decided not to join in the fun. Although it was a pity that she couldn't go to the military headquarters to watch them quarrel, it would be interesting if the 2 sisters quarreled in front of her. After the 2 big shots left, Du Jiayi began to sow discord. She gently tugged at the corner of Yi Ying's shirt and said worriedly, "It'll be troublesome if your parents really get a divorce. My mother won't choose a girl from a divorced family to marry into the Du family." "Ying, are uncle and auntie really getting a divorce? How did Yi Qian find out? Did Yi Qian say it on purpose because he saw that my mother likes you? Would Mrs. Li choose a girl from a divorced family as her daughter-in-law?" Yi Ying, who had waited for the 2 leaders to leave with great difficulty, felt as if she had been struck by lightning when she heard the news. She was dumbfounded. After a while, Ying came back to her senses and replied in horror. I really didn't know that my parents were divorced. That's not right. How could my parents be divorced? She muttered. She quickly adjusted her expression so that others would think that she was shocked by Yi Qian's words, not by Du Jia's. After muttering a few words, she suddenly turned her head towards Yi Qian. Xing widened her eyes and cried, Yi Qian, what are you trying to do? My parents are fine. Why are you cursing them to get a divorce? God, luckily I didn't call my mother's other number just now. The god of luck is standing by my side again. Ying, don't cry. Let's talk nicely. Du Jia saw that the two people she disliked had finally met. She smiled in her heart and held Yi Ying's arm. She frowned and comforted her. How could Yi Qian know something that you don't even know? She must be lying. Don't be fooled. As she spoke, Du Jia secretly cast a contemptuous look at Yi Qian. Her elder sister was like this, and her younger sister was also like this. There really wasn't anyone in the Yi family who was worthy of being seen in public. With an idea in mind, and seeing that Du Jia was on her side, Ying was suddenly emboldened. Yi Qian, you're too much. How could my parents get a divorce? You can't stop me from joining the army, so you're starting to play other tricks. Yi Qian, you're also a soldier. Don't do things that we all look down on. Chapter 2173. Don't think that you're so great just because you're in Beijing. Don't even think about defeating me. I won't be defeated so easily. Ying said a lot of things that she thought would scare Yi Qian. However, Du Jia, who had been waiting for a good show, was disappointed. She thought that she would say something fierce, but in the end, all she said were words without any skill. What can't stop her from joining the army? Isn't that nonsense? How can Yi Qian stop her from joining the army? Do something that people look down on? Is saying that your parents are divorced something that people look down on? Play other tricks? Oh my God, Ying, no wonder you can't win against Yi Qian. You can't even take down a 3-year-old child with your words. Why didn't she think about why Yi Qian suddenly brought up her parents' divorce? Why did Yi Qian suddenly bring up Yi Zhifan and his wife's divorce? Of course, Yi Qian had something to do with it. She wanted to expose Yi Ying's stupidity in front of Madame Li so that Madame Li could see clearly what kind of person her well-behaved, obedient, and gentle daughter-in-law was. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't meet Madame Li often. Now that they met, they could talk about private matters first and talk about official matters later. Luckily, the commander-in-chief understood her intentions immediately. When he left, he took the deputy chief of staff Du with him. Ying wanted to ask the two chiefs to leave first. She also had the same thought. Commander-in-Chief Xia got into the car and called Xia Jinyuan. I'm going back to the military academy now. Your wife is still at Renmin South Road. Let's settle her personal matters first before bringing her back to the military to settle other matters. I only left one guard with her. Hurry over there as soon as possible, in case your wife gets bullied and her boyfriend isn't there yet. Yi Qian was very calm when dealing with matters and had a certain level of order. All he had to do was cooperate with him. However, old Du's wife was not someone to be trifled with. She was a little worried about leaving Yi Qian alone to face him. Xia Jinyuan did not drive the car himself. Instead, the guard in charge of guarding him drove the car. He looked ahead with a cold gaze and said calmly, "About 10 more minutes. Drive safely. Since it will take about 10 minutes to get here, it means that the party hasn't ended yet." Commander-in-Chief Xia calmed down a little and then hung up the phone. When the car turned a corner, Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced outside and saw Mrs. Li taking a black object from her assistant. From a distance, he could only see that it was a small rectangular object. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell what it was. He also had such a small thing in his office. As soon as Xiao Yi said that she had to settle her personal matters first, the videotape was brought to Mrs. Li. If the assistant was not loyal to Mrs. Li, he would have thought that the sudden appearance of the assistant was arranged by Yi Qian in advance and came at the right time. Deputy Chief of Staff Du also saw his wife take the things from the assistant. Her action of taking the things was so big that he could feel the anger in her body. Then he saw her angrily walking towards her daughter. Her strides were quite large, and she did not have her usual elegance at all. She took a few steps forward and rushed forward. Stop the car. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had never seen his wife lose her composure outside, realized that something was wrong. The guard had just stopped the car and hurriedly got out of the car and strode over. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was driving the car in front, glanced at it and did not ask the guard to stop the car. He just got into the car and left. Chapter 2174. Now, it was not only Xiao Ye's personal matter, but also the Du family's family matter. He had also seen Yi Jifan before. This person had a calm temperament and was not impetuous. How could he raise such an inexperienced daughter who could not even step on the ground? Old Du was so angry that even old Du himself was afraid. How could a little girl who was full of lies face him? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, was not worried about Yi Ying. He had wanted to return her to her original place of birth. Who knew that in order to please old Du's wife, she would not hesitate to step on others' shoulders to help herself. This kind of person was not worthy of sympathy. Today, she had walked the path herself. What kind of ending would be caused by herself? Adults should be responsible for their own actions. The car quickly drove away from Renmin South Road. Night had fallen, and the street lights were instantly lit up, embellishing the already dark sky. Madame Li's face was not lit up by the street lights. Instead, her face looked gloomy in the yellow light, and her eyes reflected the light as sharp as arrows. Could. She, who prided herself on knowing people's true colors, was actually fooled by a 20-year-old bitch. She even asked her to introduce her everywhere and praised her for being well-behaved and well-behaved. In the end, she was deceived by a bitch. Madame Li, whose face was full of anger, walked straight towards Yi Ying. Her eyes were only fixed on Yi Ying's sweet and beautiful face. She was deceived by this gentle face. Good. Very good. She, Li Chenglin, had lived for decades and had never been deceived. In her old age, she was actually deceived by a bitch. Very good. Seeing that she was usually gentle, she treated her like a fool and deceived her. Today, she would make her regret being a human in this life. Madame Li, what's wrong with you? Ying, who was stared at by her, swallowed her saliva in fear. She stammered and stepped back. Madame Li was too scary. Her eyes were too scary, like an arrow that could nail her to death and fix her, full of sharpness that made her afraid. Du Jui was shocked. It was the first time she had seen her mother so angry. Just as she opened her mouth, Madame Li walked past her and stopped in front of Yi Ying. She stared at Yi Ying and asked calmly, Yi Ying, tell me about Yi Jian. He wanted to see how she was going to deceive him this time. At this time, Du Jui, who knew very well who Mrs. Li was angry about, had a happy look on her face. She adjusted herself in an instant and encouraged Yi Ying softly. Ying, tell me quickly. My mother has promised to help you. Yi Ying was no match for Madame Li. With Madame Li's urging, she started crying again before she could even open her mouth. Madam, you don't know how bad Yi Qian is. She always set me up in junior high, trying to make me hated by my classmates. During the middle school exams, Yi Qian didn't get into a good school. She was so shameless that she didn't even study in senior high before she started working. But I don't know what happened, but she suddenly appeared in my school in senior high. Madam, you don't know how evil Yi Qian is. In order to drive me out of the provincial number 1 middle school, no matter what I did, she would come out to make trouble. In the end, she pretended to be pitiful and framed me. My father is a government official, and he pitied her for not having parents. He asked me to swallow my anger and help her. Madam, I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it all. But in the end, she still won't let me go. Madam, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 2175. She said a lot of lies. Without Commander-in-Chief Xia around, Yi Qian's backer had left. Ying was able to speak more quickly. Madame Li's eyes flashed with coldness when she heard this. Instead of getting angry, she laughed. You think she's inferior to you in every aspect, so she set you up, caused you to embarrass yourself in military training, and caused you to fail the college entrance exam? Yes, madam. It's because my grades have always been better than hers, and the teacher has always taken care of me, So she's always been jealous of me and set me up. Ying answered without hesitation. At this moment, Madame Li was so angry that the volcano in her heart was about to break through the calmness on the surface. Very good, she could still pretend to be pitiful and obedient to deceive her. However, Ying, who was eager for quick success, thought that Madame Li was angry because her words had worked. She was angry, she was angry. She wanted to come out and teach Yi Qian a lesson for her. She glanced quickly and provocatively at Yi Qian, who was silent at this moment, with a victorious smile in her eyes. Yi Qian thought to himself, without Yi Jifan by her side, Yi Ying's IQ is unbelievably low. She actually thinks that the current situation is advantageous to her? Yi Ying, where did your insufferably arrogant confidence come from? How could you think that your words can fool the wife of a major general? Where did her ridiculous confidence come from? Can you face Madame Li's anger now? Can you get through today peacefully? Madame Li was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was on the verge of exploding. Her usually dignified manner revealed a hint of hostility. Then was it also her fault that you went to study in France? You don't know. If she hadn't forced me everywhere, I wouldn't have been forced to give up the opportunity to join the military and study abroad. Look, she's still stubborn, still stubborn. Madame Li, who could no longer suppress her anger, gritted her teeth and asked again, was it also her fault that you went to study in France? Before Ying could answer, Madame Li shouted, was she the one who gave you that debauched, whore-like life? Madame Li deliberately made Du Jiai say, yes, out of habit. Then she heard Ying say, yes, out of habit. Then she heard Du Jiai giggle contemptuously and Yi Qian chuckle. Her eyes widened as she answered too quickly. What did Madame Li just say? What did he hastily reply to? She replied with a yes. Living like a bitch? How could she? Ying was shocked. She quickly tried to salvage the situation. No, madam, it's not. There was no more chance for her to speak. Madame Li's anger completely exploded. Pa. It was not just one slap. The furious Madame Li slapped her back and forth continuously. The sound was crisp and loud. Everyone was silent in an instant. Only the crisp sound of slapping could be heard. You hurt others and in the end, you hurt yourself. In the end, you wronged others and blamed others for their mistakes. Madame Li slapped her very quickly. Papa, every time she said a word, she slapped her. You've only been in France for 3 months. Like a bitch, you've been ridden by thousands of people and slept with tens of thousands of people. You still want to pretend in front of me? I'll let you pretend, I'll let you pretend. Pa. Even if Ying covered her face with her hands and screamed, she couldn't stop Madame Li from slapping her. Countless slaps came to her face. She screamed and cried and staggered back. Yi Qian. Madame Li was really powerful.